Hello? Oh, there I am. All right, guys, it's almost time to start. Please silence your cell phones and devices so we can have a quiet meeting. All right, so it's 6 o'clock. I call this meeting of the Saginaw City Council to order. Please rise for the pledges. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Please be seated. Item C is the invocation. Is Joe Rangel here? I haven't seen him. Is he outside? Joe. Hello, Joe. All right. Do we have a volunteer to do the invocation? Audience, council, staff, anybody? Anybody feeling it? Anybody feeling so moved? All right, I can do it. Please bow your heads. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us here today. Thank you for bringing us here to do the work of this wonderful city. Thank you for giving us the health and the happiness we need here in Saginaw to do our very best for the community. Please keep us safe. Thank you for this wonderful weather. We appreciate it. And keep us moving forward in the city of Saginaw and everything we do in your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
All right, we're giving on item 1D, audience participation. Any item that you can speak on, any item that is on the agenda, please fill out, see a form out there by Chief Police. On public hearings, 4 is public hearings. You don't need to fill out a form for that. I will call for people to speak at the appropriate time on those. So that is audience participation. 2 is the consent agenda. 2A, action regarding minutes of September 2nd. 2B, action regarding interlocal agreement with Fort Worth Transportation Authority. 2C, action regarding ordinance 2025-22, amending the master fee schedule. 2D, action regarding resolution 2025-16, annual approval of the investment policy. 2E, action regarding increasing the general fund emergency reserve balance by $315,000 and the enterprise fund reserve balance by $836,000 to comply with financial management policies. 2F, action regarding Parks Board recommendation for park improvements. 2G, action regarding resolution 2025-18, approving updates for the city of Saginaw purchasing policy. 2H, action regarding replacement of pedestrian crossing equipment at East Bailey Boswell. And 2I, action regarding the purchase of art and technology for the new library. Questions, comments on the consent agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion we approve the consent agenda as read.
Thank you, Paul.
Second.
Second. Valerie, second. Motion passes. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Full house tonight. Thank you, folks. We are on to 3. 3A is recognitions presentations. First, we have something from Councilmember Valerie. Valerie Tankersley.
Thank you. Whereas throughout history, citizens of the United States of America have faced trials and triumphs and have responded in prayer, seeking strength, guidance, inspiration, and solidarity. Realizing that our faith compels us to seek and cling to the light in times of darkness and spread light in those in need. Prayer has played an important role in the fabric of America's society and in shaping our nation's leaders. President Abraham Lincoln once said, he was driven many times to his knees in prayer due to the overwhelming conviction and knowledge that he had nowhere else to go. Within the borders of the great state of Texas, our state government founders set out to honor the Holy Bible with 31 seats of state senate and reflect the 31 chapters of the Bible, book of Proverbs, 150 seats in the State House of Representatives to reflect the 150 chapters in the book of Psalms, and a solution in 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people who are called by my name humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn away from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. Whereas the city of Saginaw, Texas has designated October 18th annually as Saginaw Day of Prayer for its citizens to pray for the ongoing successes and protection within our community, our state, and our nation, while many others around the world face uncertainty and unrest. Whereas we send our thoughts and prayers of hope for freedom and justice on behalf of those citizens around the world who seek peace, human dignity, and the same rights we treasure and sometimes take for granted here in the United States of America. Therefore, be it resolved on October the 18th annually, those who believe in the power of prayer are encouraging our citizens to stop, reflect on, and be thankful that the liberty that allows people of all faiths to worship or not worship according to the dictates of their own conscience and to be thankful for many other freedoms and blessings we enjoy as citizens of this city, this state, and this nation. I do hereby sit my hand and cause for the seal of the city of Saginaw to be affixed the 16th day of September. Todd Flippo, Mayor.
Do we want any photos of that? Do we have anything to, of the
That's up to you.
Or do we want to, is there anybody you want to take a picture with, or you want to take a picture of you with it, or
Why don't you take a picture?
how about us together?
Okay, we'll do that.
Who's going to take a picture? Oh,
You want to just stand up here? Stand right here. Okay. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Thank you, Todd.
thank you, Valerie. All right, we're moving on. What else do we have in presentations? Are we doing fire next? Chief, you got fire department?
Thank you, Mr. Rayon. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to recognize some of our staff who, over several years, have prepared themselves for promotion, participated in a competitive process, and ultimately accepted roles within the fire department of greater responsibility and accountability. Greater responsibility and accountability to themselves, their subordinates and supervisors, but more importantly, to the community they serve. Not everyone who seeks or serves in a career in public safety aspires to promote and become a formal leader, but thankfully some do, and leadership comes with both challenge and reward. We have 4 gentlemen here today, one that has newly accepted a leadership role, being promoted to apparatus operator, and 3 that have currently served in a leadership role as fire lieutenants, but have recently accepted a higher level of leadership at the captain rank. I'd like to give you a little information about all four of those that we're recognizing tonight, and have each one of them individually come up when I call their name and stand up here at the front. All 4 will take an oath for their new role, along with inviting some loved ones up here to come up and pin on their badge. I'd like to call up Captain David Walker. And we're going to pack this room here in just a minute with some firemen. We got a lot of family members here too, and we want to make sure they're involved. David Walker has been with the department for 16 years after serving nearly 4 years with a neighboring department. He's one of the many we've had come to us with previous experience. David previously served as an apparatus operator prior to being promoted to captain. He was our longest tenured lieutenant, serving in that role for 8 years. Captain Walker is a member of the Honor Guard, and he oversees that program for us. Here in support are Captain Walker's sister Marcy, his niece Emberlyn, and girlfriend Sarah. Marcy, Emberlyn, and Sarah, thank you for being here with us. Austin Pittman, Captain Pittman, can you come up, please, sir? Austin Pittman has served in the department for 12 and a half years. Austin also previously served as an apparatus operator, and most recently 4.5 years at the rank of lieutenant. Captain Pittman also serves as our EMS coordinator. EMS coordinator is normally a standalone position in a department that delivers advanced life support as we do, but thankfully Captain Pittman handles that EMS coordinator responsibilities above his normal duties, and he does a fantastic job at it. Here in support is Captain Pittman's wife Ashley and daughter Greenlee, son Garrett, and his fiancee Macy. Also here is Captain Pittman's parents, Mr. Melvin Pittman, Miss Barb Pittman, and in-laws John and Lori Chambers. Thank you all for being here. I'd like to call up Captain Eric Munoz. Eric Munoz has served in the department for 6.5 years after coming to us from a similar-sized department in the area where he served 8 years. Eric previously served as an apparatus operator, and most recently just short of 4 years at the rank of lieutenant. Captain Munoz currently sees our personal protective equipment inspection program that is mandated by the state. Here in support is Captain Munoz's father, Mr. Javier Munoz, his mother, Norma Munoz, Captain Munoz's 2 sons, Mateo and Noah, as well as girlfriend Priscilla and her children, Luca and Andre. Thank you all for being here. Next, I'd like to call up Mark Perry. Mark Perry has been promoted to the position of apparatus operator after serving with the department for 22 and a half years, a long tenure. Mark has previously served as an apparatus operator on an interim basis, but received permanent promotion in June of this year. Here in support of A.O. Perry is A.O. Perry's wife, Sheila. Sheila, thank you for being here. One of the more admirable but sometimes intimidating aspects of promoting to a higher leadership role is realizing you bear the responsibility for the safety of your coworkers. It's in a profession that is highly dangerous, a profession that comes with the risk of potentially not returning home each time you show up for duty. Every firefighter across the country regularly reports for duty with that realization. They do that willingly. That doesn't happen without a strong support network. When you serve in public safety, your family also serves. It is impossible to have a long and successful public safety career without strong family support and understanding. So I want to extend a gracious thank you to all the family members that share their loved ones with us every minute of every day in the protection of others. So thank you. If we can get Marcy and Sarah to come up and stand next to David. And Ashley and Greenlee, please come up and stand next to Austin. Mr. Munoz, please come stand next to Eric. And Sheila, come take your place next to Mark. And everybody's out there, get them to come inside, please. All right, we are going to partake in the oath. So please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Solemnly swear as a member of the Saginaw Fire Department to courageously and faithfully serve and protect the citizens of Saginaw, our surrounding communities, and my fellow brothers and sisters in the fire service. I will abide by policies, regulations, and laws of the department, the city, and the state of Texas. I fully acknowledge and accept my duty to act, to put myself in harm's way, and extend all effort within my power to protect and save the lives of others. I will always conduct myself on and off duty in a manner that reflects positively on myself, the city, my department, and the fire service in general. So help me God. Congratulations. Now the somewhat dangerous part. If you would take the badges and pin them on your loved one there. Thank you to everyone for your indulgence and patience, attention to this, and we're all going to get together and get a photo. That'd be okay? Thank you, Alina.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Hey, Captain. We'll take a minute to allow all these good folks to leave. Gabe, do we have any other presentations, recognitions? That's it? Well done, outstanding. Always good to hear from the fire department, folks. 3B, Destination Marketing Organization Workshop, North Tarrant County. Jack, welcome. Thank you. Can we close the doors, please? All right.
All right, thank you again for hosting us. We're very happy to be here tonight. So, Audra?
Hi, everyone. Thank you again for having us. We have a lot in this presentation that we have already addressed. We decided to leave it in there, but we added some more based on your request. So we want to go rather quickly through the things that we've already discussed and then spend some time on the things that we haven't, if that's okay with everybody. Okay, remember how to use this. There we go. Okay, what is a DMO? Just an overview. Destination Management Organization is here to help you enhance your economic development. We solicit group businesses, conferences. We build resident sentiment, placemaking, advocacy, and we really are the big advocacy for your city to bring more people here, spending other people's dollars in your city so that you can make more money.
And so if you look around, these are the DMOs that are here in DFW, and they have been very, very successful at bringing tourism dollars to their communities. And what that does is make communities stronger and help you grow in the way that you want to grow. So as Audra was saying, what the DMO does is it brings in money from outside of your city. And that takes, I mean, right now you have residents that are supporting your businesses and going to your businesses. How great is it when money comes from the outside, tourism money comes in and makes those businesses stronger and you see your communities grow even more. The whole thing about, if you look at North Tarrant County, we are so wonderfully centrally located between Fort Worth and the Stockyards, Texas Motor Speedway, the Rangers, the Cowboys, Six Flags, Christmas capital of Texas, Grapevine. We're right in the middle of that. And I have a family of 5, 2 boys and a girl, and so we've been staying in short-term rentals forever, trying to save money over hotels, and it makes a huge difference for us. And we're always looking for, well, how do we position ourselves centrally so that we're close to all the attractions that we want to go to? And we just think that we are so positioned for Visit North Tarrant County, for Visit North Tarrant, well positioned for a very, very successful DMO. And we're going to build a strong cohesive brand about a family-friendly travel, family-friendly tourism, really brand this area as the family-friendly center of DFW and really North Texas.
You good? Okay, one of the things that we shared with before in reference to tourism is a huge moneymaker for the state of Texas. $94.8 billion comes into Texas. This is for 2023. I shared 9 million visitors came to the Stockyards, and if we got 0.5% of that, that's an annual assumptive increase in local tax revenue of over $1 million. So I expanded upon that to show you that there's more here, right? Texas Motor Speedway gets 2 million visitors a year. 0.5% of that would result in $375,000 in assumptive increase in local tax receipts. And then if we did Fort Worth as a whole, 11 million visitors. And if we even took 0.25% of that, spending some money here in Saginaw, that's $1 million. So there's a lot of visitors in this area that we could target to pull from to help increase local tax revenue for Saginaw and this whole area.
I got a question. You're
Yes.
using numbers here, so I'm gonna have to ask. I understand if we get 0.5% or if we get 0.25%, but is there any data y'all have or anything that we would have any snowball chance of getting that? What's that realistically like? I mean,
We just really took a very, very small number, 0.5% of 1%, when we were looking at that, just to give an example of something that we would shoot for and would be a goal to bring those people over here into Saginaw and to shop into Saginaw and really stay in Saginaw and experience it. So it's not based on any historical numbers or anything like that, because we don't have any. We just, if you look at advertising and things like that, a lot of times when you're sending out a direct mailer, you're looking at 0.5% of 1%. That's kind of a shoot low kind of a number. So
Yeah.
that's why we used it.
Nobody's actually done that data specifically for the city. We do have some real-world examples to share with you later on in the presentation that may help you understand that particular piece a little bit more.
Yeah, and what we want to kind of show is that based on the investment that we're looking for you guys, it doesn't take a lot to bring that back and then build on and build on.
no, absolutely. It's a big number, but anytime you start giving a number and say, well, if we only got this, well, what's the chance of me actually getting that?
Yeah.
Or even half of that, right? Or even half of that, I'd still be happy with.
And that's,
So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
right. And it's not day one, right?
Yeah.
It's not immediate that you would, get
Agreed.
something like that. Okay, year one action plan, set up the organization, develop, design, and launch the website, develop the DMO advisory board, economic development council workshops in reference to helping you develop hot tax policies. I believe Saginaw already has one, so that's great. You're already ahead of the game. Start the tourism sentiment studies and engaging with hotels and short-term rental owners to set up programs specific to your city and your goals.
And just another note on the website that's so important. We do a lot of traveling. We're always looking for information on things to do. We're usually coming for 1 or 2 reasons, then we're looking for 5 or 6 other things to do while we're there, and that's what the website is going to be set up to do. People are coming here, maybe they're going to see a race, or they're going to the stockyards, or they're going to check out the new Peppa Pig theme park, whatever it is. They're still going to need the other 3 or 4 days that they're here. They're going to look and see, well, what are some of the other things that we can do, where are we staying, what's nearby, where are we going to go to eat, how are we going to entertain our children and take them out there and have a great vacation.
One quick question on that. So is it going to be focused on only the participating cities as far as recommendations, or are you going to expand it to include, like along the 35 corridor, if you need to go to a restaurant that's over on that side? Even though that's in Fort Worth, it's not really a partner city for the.
That's right. And we're going to get into that a little bit more, but
Okay.
But really, the big stuff is all going to be highlighted on there. So the stuff that I was talking about right there, the stuff that brings people to Tarrant County and brings them into North Texas, to this area. Yeah, you're going to go. We're going to talk about Texas Motor Speedway, and they're very, very excited about what it is that we're doing, right? And then if you look at the secondary things, I mean, where our partner cities are. All your tourism business is going to be part of it. They're going to have a profile. They're going to be very searchable and findable on the site. If Andretti's, for example, wants to be a part of it, they will have to buy in at a membership level, right? They're not going to be automatically included in that. So there's sort of the primary attractions, which is what I'm talking about when we're talking about the stockyards and talking about the Rangers and the Cowboys, and then there's kind of the secondary where your Peppa Pig, your H Mart, your Andretti's, places like that, and then after that, all the other event venues, restaurants, anything that would be considered a tourism business.
And just to add to that, you want some of those big box places to buy in because then you can advertise your stuff at their places, right? And then here's the makeup of the advisory board. We showed this before, so your city will be represented as a whole with North Tarrant, and anything that's Saginaw specific will be solely decided on Saginaw people.
Yeah, so talking about the budget and why do this through the chamber, and of course, you guys are one of our partner cities at the chamber, and we've loved having Saginaw as a part of really everything that we're doing along that that 820 corridor. And I like to, if you come to ribbon cuttings and things like that, you've heard me refer to the Cold Corridor as the corridor of prosperity, because in the 13 years that I've been at the chamber, I've just seen so many great things coming, and I see so many more great things coming. And since the chamber is already a membership organization, we've got all the infrastructure in place. What it allows us to do is to launch this at really 50% of the price, as if we were just starting out on our own and saying, hey, let's start a DMO. And so that's the real advantage of having the chamber as part of it. And we already know the area, and I've been around here for a long time, and Audra has too, and so we know a lot about what it is that's happening, and we feel like we can bring a lot of value. But really, the main thing of incubating it through the chamber is that it's 50% of what it would cost if not incubating it through the chamber.
Just to give you a real-world example of a live budget for a startup DMO, we have friends at Bryan College Station, right? They've been together for a long time. They separated, and Bryan had to build their own DMO. Their starting budget was $3 million. So that's a significant difference in what we're doing here.
Thank you. So the initial investment, as we highlighted last time, $35,250 for the city of Saginaw. And so what is that value to your business? I mean, every profile that we have has a value of $395 to each one of your businesses. And so when you guys come in as a partner city, every one of those businesses are going to automatically get a profile. And that profile is going to be searchable not only on the site, but on URLs as people are looking for the things that they're going to do when they're coming to town or coming to North Tarrant County. And so every one of those businesses are a member. If they decide they want to be enhanced or be a partner member, then that's going to come in as a discount too, because you guys are one of our partner cities. So if you look at the overall value to your business, if we're looking at 80 restaurants, and we haven't analyzed that down to exactly how many restaurants, but I think we're estimating around 200 tourism-type businesses that'll have profiles on the site at $395 each. That's a value of $79,000 to your businesses. So you're able to go to them and say, hey, we are a part of this. We are a part of this DMO. We value you. We want to help you attract more tourist money. And we as a city have invested in you by being a part of this DMO.
Now, I want to go back one just to address Mr. St. Clair. Is that right? Your nameplates are all right today. Okay. Mr. St. Clair's question. This would mean that your city, if you buy in as a city, that all of your entities would be included in this, and then they would buy up at a discount. If another city...
If they want to, but they don't have to.
Yeah,
they're going to have a
to.
profile on there that says...
And anybody in Fort Worth, since they're not a partner city of ours, or another city in North Tarrant that wants to have a business or their particular business involved, then they would buy in individually as a business. So let's just say, I don't know, we're not talking to anyone in Keller right now, so there's a Keller business that wants to join the DMO, right? They can, but they would buy in, and they would buy in at a higher price. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
it does.
All right. All right, what is hot tax? So we hopefully anticipate getting this funded through hot tax. If those that are unfamiliar with hot tax, it stands for hotel occupancy tax, and it's a tax placed on any place where you can stay or house someone for under 30 days. So your hotels, motels, bed and breakfast, short-term rentals, all of that are subject to hot tax. There is specific, very specific things that you can do with those taxes that you collect, and I have them here. One of them, it all is tourism-based, so funding a DMO is how the majority of people spend their hot tax. I say people, but larger and semi-small cities. So just running down the list, building convention centers, visitors bureaus, and improvement on those things. Convention registration, that means that any administrative cost it would take to register anybody at conventions, we would send them out. If you guys are doing something big here, we would offer support and help for that. Advertising and promotion of your specific programs to attract tourists and conventions here. that is something that you can do on your own. It's Train and Grain Festival, right? If you want to advertise that, you can. Presumably today you advertise locally. We would boost that to advertise to train enthusiasts all over the world who want to come here for that festival. We can do something like that. Historic restoration and preservation, as I understand you already have a building that could potentially be something historic to be used for leaning into your identity of the railways here, right? Sporting events, that doesn't really apply to you because you don't have a major sporting event center. Sporting facilities and upgrades, same thing, and those are for specific municipalities listed in the law. And transportation for tourists. So if people are coming to Saginaw, then we could potentially have a shuttle going back and forth wherever they want to go, right? We could have it to and from the airport. If you build a hotel with a convention center and have a mini train convention, then we could provide a shuttle for them to go to your local restaurants and things like that as well. Each expenditure that you spend with the hot tax must both boost tourism and benefit the local hotel economy. So those are like two things that you really have to think about as you start spending money for that. That's it there. Okay. Hot tax. We pulled the numbers from the comptroller. So listed here are each of your hotels. The comptroller does have Motel 6 and Great Western Inn listed in Fort Worth, but they are yours, and I believe you are getting the money for that. And
You guys
then,
know where those are located, right there on that, above Martha, yeah.
and then the next two are VRBO and Airbnb respectively on this list. So on the end, it shows taxable receipts, and we've totaled the taxable receipts and have done the 7%. So this is presumably, it's not going to be perfect because it's just a general data dump from the comptroller's office, but it says how much you get a quarter for this. So we know that there is funding for this, and that probably came out wrong. But we know that there's opportunity for funding for this within your organization if you are getting that money.
Yeah, and that 7% is the maximum there, and that's the hot tax potential there.
And we don't know how much you're getting, so
Yeah.
we're just presuming 7%.
So
We
the
just-
last two that are listed, what are those?
Verbo and Airbnb,
In Austin and San Francisco?
that's their headquarters.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
that's
that
their
makes more
headquarters,
sense. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Do we know how many short-term rentals?
Last time I counted, last week it was around 23 to 25 in the city.
Is that correct, do you think?
How much it paid though? I don't know.
I have a good friend, and he has one of those short-term rentals. He was lucky enough to have all the entertainers at Billy Bob's. That his place is one of the recommended places to stay, because it's 7 minutes over to Billy Bob's from his house.
I come to 25.
25.
Okay.
Okay, next is data and reporting. So the very cool thing about a DMO is we have access to these really cool tools. We have to buy it, of course. But there's some special tourism tools, and one specifically that I have really dug into and liked considerably. This is a sample dashboard from that, so you can see where users to your website are coming, where they're coming from, if your campaigns are working. So this tracks everything coming in and out of your website and where people are. The next page shows where people are traveling from as well, so your visitor origins. Things like this are gonna help us decipher where we spend marketing dollars, right? So you have, let's just say you have a bunch of people searching for Fort Worth that are coming from Minnesota. Well, I wanna know what's going on in Minnesota and why they wanna come here, so we would find that out, and then we would start marketing in Minnesota, hey, stay here instead of there. So these are really highly intelligent tools that I have found that we can really utilize, and a lot of people in our industry use this, yeah.
So the previous slide, the data and reporting, yeah, that one. So is that for the DMO's website?
This would be for our
Theoretically?
website.
Okay,
Yes.
so it's not our website, okay.
I guess R is
Yeah.
DMO.
an inclusive.
And I saw that it was listed, there's 4 other cities. Do we know what those cities are?
For,
for the DMO?
Well, our other partner cities are Haltom City, Richland Hills, Watauga, and North Richland Hills.
and so the next piece would.
And I just wanted
Go
to say
ahead.
something too. We expect that there's a lot of rural tourism in Texas, right? And with the people that live outside of the big metro areas are, they're coming to Dallas-Fort Worth because it's, they're coming to Houston, they're going to San Antonio, and they're making those decisions. And so we've seen some of that, but our ability to go deep with that data and find out where are they coming from and how do we best reach those people and ensure that, hey, we're inviting them to come to North Tarrant County for just a great time and a great vacation. Whatever that main reason is that brings them, there's a whole lot of peripheral choices for them once they get here.
And so the number that you guys came up with that you would be paying in comparing to those other cities, is that based on hot tax revenue, what you're estimating?
That's based on population and attractions, and so residents, restaurants, businesses.
For this
so
first year,
based on percentages.
as then what we want to do is move into the hot tax part of things.
You good? Okay, cool. All right, so we've got some other things that are available to us. You can kind of see up there. These are not my favorite, but my favorite is on the next slide where you have visitor economy. You have companies like Placer AI, and I know most of you have probably heard of that, that tells you how, where the traffic is coming to and from events and things around your area. But with this product, it boosts that up a level and tells you how much money they're spending, right? So that's a true number of what is dumped into your economy from people outside, right? So if you have Training Grain, we can see where people are coming from. You can see where they stopped at a gas station, and then you can get receipts from that. So you'll know how much they're spending in your city, and you can see what's actually worth it. That's my favorite. Okay, what success looks like. I took some of my favorites here, success stories. Abilene, I know you've probably all heard of it, maybe been there. It's a really small town, not much going on. But they were awarded DMO of the Year in 2023. They spent some time, redid their zoo, revitalized their downtown, and boosted their advertising campaigns through their DMO, and they had very successful results. $556 million in economic impact and an increase of 15.1 over the prior year. So that's a pretty big deal for something that they did. My next favorite is Rockwall. Rockwall's outside of Dallas, and sometimes there's not much to do. You think of Dallas, there's Visit Dallas, all kinds of things. They leaned into what they had. They have a lake. They made a beach. They made all these bars, and I'm not trying to say you need to build all these things. They'll come first, and then you can have the money to build. But they took the time, and then they built bars and music venues and things all by the lake. And in 2024, they were officially named Texas Music Friendly Community of Texas. And they just increased hotel occupancy rates over 14% year over year. And they grew visitor spending by $6.2 million, so that's significant. And my favorite, I know Paul knows where Shenandoah is, but Shenandoah is a very small suburban community outside of Houston, right? And they leaned in, something like we want to do, to what they have, suburban, family-friendly, and they pulled from Houston. People are coming to Houston. Houston's expensive. They wanted something outside of Houston, but still close enough, and that's what Shenandoah did. These two guys with a laptop sitting in a room built a DMO, and they grew, I have to make sure, utilizing strategic advertising campaigns. They grew 34% year over year in room nights, 90% increase in search traffic, and 75% higher in room demand. So that was very, very significant. And that's an impressive return, 14-1 on what they've done for that community. So this is a very good example of something that we could achieve based on what we can do, like, very, very quickly with you guys.
So as far as marketing, are we planning on doing more than just impressions?
Yes. There's lots of things I have in my pocket that we can do to get people here.
And the great thing about it too, once you're part of a DMO, that just shows other businesses that are thinking about coming, especially tourism businesses, that you guys are invested in really growing your tourism revenues and helping those businesses that are part of that. And each of these 3 DMOs have that, the success that they've spawned has brought in more hotels, more restaurants, and more tourism type of businesses.
So, okay, so say we enter, I look at this as a pilot. Let's put it in the water 1 year, see what it is. So I see success these others. How would we declare? Because anytime you do a pilot, you go up front and you say, okay, here's what we want to do. Here's how we declare success. How are you all going to measure success? So you come back in 1 year, what criteria, what kind of KPIs, what are we looking for? How am I going to measure whether this was successful or not, this pilot, and say, okay, it's looking good, let's enter into this long term?
Honestly, I think that's up to you, right? I think when we develop the advisory board right off the bat, I think that's a consensus that we need to come to. I don't want to pretend to know what your goals are, and I'd like to sit down and talk to you and everybody else and figure out what those goals are and come to a consensus on it. I don't want to sit here and say, we're going to do this, this, and this, and that's what our goal is, when we all sit together, it may be something different. I would prefer something more collaborative before we nail a pin in that.
Yeah, I mean, if we're kind of just speaking off the cuff, it's more room nights for your short-term rentals, it's more butts and seats at your restaurants, it's seeing, based on our research, that people are coming into the city from outside of Saginaw and spending money and spending time here. So we have the ability to track that, but like I just said, I think that's one of the things that we would develop together.
The numbers, I'm sorry, I thought, were you saying what exactly, or what the numbers are to see success?
So how are we going to measure what success is, or things like?
Right. So we measure success with more rooms, more visitors to the website, and to see if your marketing campaigns are successful, which with those things too wrapped up in that. So that's typically what they do in the industry to determine that.
So roughly this time next year, you all would, I'm assuming it'd be you two would be
We come back and
here.
say, okay,
And you
let's do an analysis of the first year.
First year
based on- yeah.
analysis, how it's going to be.
It's customary to have a quarterly review. I'd
I
like
mean, I'll
to,
take
I'd
a
like to do
quarterly,
that. I'd like to do that. I'm used to monthly reviews with boards, so I would like to do a quarterly review if that's good.
Well,
Okay.
And I think a concern of mine is we just passed that ordinance, and so I imagine that list of short-term rentals is going to grow. And we don't want to conflate that with your success versus just the success of the fact that we have an ordinance now and we're getting people that are reporting now instead of not reporting those.
Right.
So, I want to make sure that if it's successful, that it's successful because it was a good thing and it's doing a good job and not just happened to be happenstance with this ordinance.
The key to is growing our sales tax revenue, bringing money from outside to pay for our roads, pay for our police department through the money that we generate for sales tax. And that's the goal, is to increase that.
And the nice thing is, it's tourism tax. It's not coming out of anything else that you're doing. It's tourism tax that's going to bring in more and more and more tourism tax. That's the goal. So, like you were talking about, we'll set some KPIs. We'll take a look at that and report on that quarterly. And of course, whoever is a part of the DMO board will help us with that as well.
Well, right now, this money's in an account. We got 400,000 in there?
I don't have about that, I can't tell you exactly.
Roughly.
It was $393.
It's roughly, yeah.
All right.
Plus or minus, you're close, Nikki, yeah.
And
Estimated
it's,
revenue for next year is about 100,000.
yeah, and it's really restricted what we can use it for. That's where we got it in there. So if I can take and invest, a little over 35K in there, and I can get a good ROI with a positive PI index, that money that's coming back in would boost the company share, and it allows then that money to go into the general fund.
Yep.
So I look at that and understand it. It's just I'm trying to figure out how to, At the end, I got no I'll tell you right now, I got no problem entering into a pilot, but I want to make absolutely criteria. We have KPIs, we have measurement criteria to understand that it's a success at the end of the year.
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
And I would want to make sure that you know us. I mean, I know that we're in the chamber, but the 80 restaurants, where did that number come from? Is it just an estimate, or did we get that from Pedro?
That includes like your drive-throughs and your sit-down and all that kind of stuff. So it's a general number we got, I think, at the beginning of the year from Pedro.
We could
or-
work.
We could
out
get
a
exact
number.
numbers.
Yeah.
Because we're going into a whole different department now. Zoning has 2 different criteria for restaurants. One with drive-through and one with just food.
Right, like
one with
quick
just
service
water.
and then
Yeah, quick service. All
Mhm.
that. We could get together and
Yeah.
get a finite number.
And like the things to do in Saginaw, we've got things that aren't in Saginaw. So I would just want to make sure that, I know it's on that says things to do in Saginaw, and
Yeah.
then there's things to do nearby. There's some things that are on there that should be.
We can look at that. So
Yeah.
the things that you have to do in Saginaw, I mean, every small city before they have a DMO, what is there to do here? Wendy Ryan Arena, that's in Saginaw, right? It's in
No.
Fort
It's
Worth?
not in
Okay.
Saginaw. Close.
And then you have the Bureau Engraving, which is like a step outside,
Not in
right?
Saginaw,
So,
yeah.
So
We probably should have put things to do very close to that.
Right.
really close.
Saginaw area is fine,
But these
yeah.
people,
Right, sure.
these people are in here, right? So, Christmas parade, trains and grain, you have the train depot. I know it's being used right now for offices. I know that will change. All it takes is a spark to have something built where you have a safe space for trained people to come and watch trains. If you're gonna lean into that, and that's probably in the next 3 slides, there's lots of ideas for that. Holy Guacamole, I don't know if they do tours, but they should be. And I'll be honest with you, I spent 22 years of my career building partnerships with some of the biggest automakers in the United States. I think all of this is about building partnerships. If we build good partnerships with Miller Milling, with Holy Guacamole, who could be teaching people how to make guacamole and pairing up with people who can make tequila. And I mean, there's all kinds of things that you could do. Miller Milling could be doing tours with classes and things like that on how to make baked goods or whatever. Ardent Mills as a backdrop for TV shows, music videos, things like that, we could really strap onto and make something big out of, right? And that's something that we have talked about significantly. So there are things to do. We just sometimes maybe have to get a little creative and build strong relationships with some of these people to create more things to do that will cost us little to none. Things to do nearby. In addition to the 2 on the other page, you have Texas Motor Speedway. People come back and forth on this corridor from Texas Motor Speedway to downtown all the time, right? Why aren't they stopping here? That's what we want them to do. You have Main Event, you have Andretti's, the Stockyards, you have Lake Worth, you have a lake right down the street. We can lean into that as well. And then, of course, the 11 million people who come to downtown every year. And here's where I've learned more about trains this past week and a half than I ever wanted to. It's really exciting, actually. There is a significant amount of people that follow trains. I had no idea. And in my research, there's so many things. A lot of people go for the trains in the mountains and the things like that, the 1880s steam trains and things like that. But railfan hotspots, this is one of them. Right? So I understand why you want to lean into that, and we absolutely can. It'll boost your jobs. It's an opportunity to build partnerships with BNSF. Maybe you could build a museum out of that thing and have it as an event center and a safe space for train spotting, as well as, whatever. There's so many things that you could do. And you can get grants to do that as well. There's just so many things that I have listed here that is an opportunity for this community to lean in to that, your identity, and really get something going. Train enthusiasts are steady year-round, so that's something that is a very big win. Repeat business, preservation of this area, to keep going and building that economic development. That's all I have. I've talked a lot.
So in summary, just our chamber was founded in 1957 in Gertrude Tarpley's kitchen, and sometimes great things are started kind of humbly. And we started out the Northeast Tarrant Chamber. We've expanded to be the North Tarrant Chamber because we believe in this whole corridor, and we believe there's tremendous growth still to come, and we believe that this can really, really be looked at as the family-friendly center of North Texas. And so as you think about what we said today, we want to let you know that we also already have a hotel owner who's interested in talking to you guys about Saginaw. We just did their ribbon cutting. If you know the Holiday Inn Express and Suites right there on 820 that opened up, that owner over there is very interested in talking to you guys, and we did let Paul and Pedro know about that. So already some good things happening. So we'll see what might come out of that. But we think lots and lots of good things to come. We really appreciate you guys having us in here again today, and appreciate your questions. And thank you again.
Any other questions for Jack and Audrey?
So once a quarter, right?
Once a quarter.
Once a quarter.
Once a quarter.
Once a quarter.
I am laser focused. I have one big wish, and you just mentioned it. I want a hotel in Saginaw. I want a hotel that I am proud to send friends and family to. We do not have that. We need a hotel desperately. I want to use this as a leverage to get a hotel in here. Hotel, conventions, conference center, anything and all, yes. We have some great locations. That's why I'm most excited about this, to use that, leverage that, use that hot tax to bring a hotel, real hotel to town. That's what I want to put as top of the list for us.
Let's make it happen.
We've talked about that for years, and we need to make it happen. We do.
We
So,
have a destination restaurant coming, and we want to support them and make them a success, because the restaurant business is not easy.
Something unique is always great. And from what I heard, that restaurant's going to be great.
hey, thank y'all. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're on to 3C, discussion regarding roadway project updates and utility coordination information. Trent Tidwell. Come on down.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Okay, out of respect for your time, I will go quickly, but please interrupt if you have questions. So we're going to cover three main topics today. It'll be Franchise Coordination 101, the status of ongoing projects, and then we're going to focus in on the McRoy Boulevard Phase 3 project and the upcoming public meeting for that. Does this TV work, Pedro? Oh, sorry, I didn't notice that earlier. Okay. So why are we talking about this? I saw a few chuckles, but so there are some delays happening right now on the Knowles Phase 2 and 3 project. We're waiting for Encore and Charter to get out of the way. Just to give a status update on that, we've been meeting weekly with them, and one party was supposed to be relocated last week. That did not happen. So as of this afternoon, both companies have committed to being relocated by the end of this week. So that's the latest and greatest update. I did send a lot of information about previous coordination with them, and that's kind of what's prompting just talking about kind of how that process is, some lessons learned we've had along the way, and then just giving general info about the updates for other projects.
Encore's contractor was there today.
Encore? Yep. Yeah, they mobilized.
I read through all of that correspondence, and I wanted to say thank you to Kimley Horn for all of that, because we've been talking with them since July of 2020 about this project, so it's not like it was a surprise. And the fact that we're still waiting on them to move stuff is frustrating. So thank you for that.
Thank you. So in the right-of-way, you can find several different types of utilities. So electric, mainly Encore, but there are some Tri-County, gas, phone still, cable, fiber, and then sometimes on projects we do find like private water and sewer lines that aren't owned by cities. Typically, or to enter into the right-of-way, nowadays they do need to sign a right-of-way agreement. And part of that agreement is that when we are widening a road or adding sidewalks, they do have to relocate at their own cost. There was recently a House bill that was proposed, House Bill 4272. It did not get out of their subcommittee
But that bill actually proposed that the cities would have to incur all of the costs to relocate the franchise utilities. So hopefully that does not come back, but happy to report that it did not make it very far. A little more background on utility coordination. There are cities that handle utility coordination completely in-house. Most of the time it is in the engineer's contract, the design engineer's contract to coordinate it. There are also cities that prefer that we, the engineer, hire a separate utility coordinator company or engineer. We work with those companies frequently to locate the utilities, to do what we call SUE. A lot of times they're actually doing test holes to find them. But typically I find the value is where the engineer's doing it. Hiring the separate company can get a little cost prohibitive. So, quick, just informative timeline here on how the process goes. We typically start at 90%. I'll kind of talk about how that's challenging here in a second. The first step is just trying to get assigned to a PM with that company. Sometimes for bigger projects, they will assign it to a consultant who's redesigning the relocation, but often it's just a PM for Atmos or Encore. After that, it's designing relocations. When they do that, they have to look at clearances, look for right-of-way or easements that they can go into, check with other utilities. And then often it's surprising how little they look at our design that's making them relocate. So usually we have to tell them, like, please don't go into the middle of the new sidewalk we're putting in. That would not look good. Lately, a lot of these projects are requiring right-of-way acquisition. So we worked with Bryn actually for McRoy west of Knowles to add right-of-way there. That was kind of unique because you were giving right-of-way from the city to the city. So Bryn had to help us navigate that. We'll have a similar situation on McRoy Phase 3 because like at the police department, there is narrow right-of-way, and so we need to dedicate more right-of-way to the city to give the utility company somewhere to go because they don't want to be on the outside of the right-of-way. They feel like they're at risk. Once the design is agreed upon, they schedule a crew, and it usually at that point goes away from the PM we've been working with, and it goes to their construction group, and that can be challenging as well. We lose contact at that point, and it's out of their hands, as they like to tell us. And then they mobilize and construct. So some of these challenges that I mentioned, starting at 90%, that's usually when we feel really confident about the design at this point, but the city at that point is usually asking, like, when can we bid? When can we go to construction? Let's get started. So when we submit 60% plans, they often will kick it back and say, we're not looking at this until it's 90. We've found creative ways to get around that, and we're trying to be more persistent in getting them to look earlier. Staffing coordination, so part of that email I sent you, Sean, was just talking about how we've been through 10 different PMs with Encore since we started. I don't know why those departments are hard to staff, perhaps just because it's demanding and time constrained. It may deal with, I think there's a lack of incentive for these franchise companies to relocate. We're not paying them to relocate. We frankly lack leverage in a lot of these situations. So we are just doing our best. Sometimes it's honey, sometimes it's vinegar, is that the phrase? Good cop, bad cop. We are doing whatever it takes to get their attention and keep it. Other factors are that Encore frequently will get pulled off for storm response. I think anyone who's on their staff can get called into storm response. So that happened a couple of weeks ago, and I'm not even sure which storm it was, but they got called into storm response.
So are we seeing with Encore, I guess that's the one that's giving us the most trouble, a tick up in response or lack of response from this versus any other projects we've done or what you've seen in other cities?
With other cities?
Yeah. That ran at you.
Honestly, I think we've had some, or especially recently, we've been one of the more successful cities to deal with Encore. Almost every other city I go to is asking me, like, do you have a contact I can reach out to? And I'm hesitant to share it because I don't want them to get overloaded.
Give away our secret sauce.
But I would say, and you know, we do have a client rep with Encore, and that relationship has trended upward, in my opinion, in the last. When did Maria come on board? Like 4 months ago, 6 months ago.
Didn't
So,
Rep just change?
and then it changed again.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but we've built some relationships with some good contacts. The trick is they don't always get reassigned to the job. So we put in requests usually to work with the same people, and we've been successful with that recently. So I would say I feel like we hit rock bottom in that department maybe 2 years ago, 18 months ago, and we've trended upwards since.
Okay.
For Encore specifically. One other thing just to mention, I talked about right away, but changes. So changes in scope specifically. This has happened on a couple projects where we start this process, we're looking at designs, and sometimes we're nearing conclusion on the design process, and then someone who is reviewing the plans for the franchise utility will decide, let's just replace all of it. So that happened with AT&T on Knowles. It happened with Atmos on Opal, where they just decide, let's replace all of it, and then that extends their time frame and delays us. And on one hand, it's nice. It's like, okay, that's a better product at the end of the day for the citizens. That is going to prevent them from getting in there and tearing up our road that we're rebuilding, but it is a little bit of a frustration.
Yeah, I mean, that, to me, I look at, that's some short-term pain, but it's worth it.
Yep.
I mean, the long-term benefit to that, you know, because if we didn't, then you got spliced and you got an old system there, old wire, old cable.
Yeah, Opal specifically, they had several gas leaks that were identified, so they decided to replace the whole thing.
I think it's good. I would just, if something like that happens, is there a way for us to be notified that that's happening? Because I did have some citizens on Opal call me and they were like, what is all this noise? And I was like, well, it's not the park because they're not that close to the park, their address. And I was like, well, what is it? And I drove down and saw that it was SPS doing the drilling. So just, you know, that way we at least have a heads up and we're not just like, I mean, if it was right down the street from me, so it wasn't a big deal to drive over there, but if it was on the other side of town.
Yeah, I can get with Bill, our utility inspector, and we can try to get some advance notice from each one of those franchises.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even have to be advanced, but just like, oh, this all of a sudden changed, now they're gonna do all of it. Yeah.
And they're not doing that yet. They're fixing leaks right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I believe, correct. Yeah.
So there's gonna be even more. Okay.
Yes.
So now I'm notified. Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be nice if we could get notified. I know when they did the fiber on my house, I called somebody, I said, hey, what are these paint markings here? What are they gonna be doing, you know? So.
Yeah, the right-of-way agreement I mentioned, every time they come in to install new, they are required to get a permit, so I think Randy could work with Bill on some sort of notification requirement with that permitting process. Any other questions before I go into specific street updates? Okay, keep going. All right, so this is just a map. You may not need to look at this one, but this one is just highlighting all the projects that are ongoing. We got a nice spread across the city. I'm gonna hit everyone briefly. So we did just talk about Knowles Phase 2 and 3. We are hoping to be substantially complete, meaning all the lanes are open, Q3, so that's pretty soon here. I'm hoping for October, but we're meeting regularly with the contractor to make that happen.
Training grain.
Training grain, yes. I know
Before
there's
training grain, that's
there's
our
a
goal.
Shuttle going on. Yes, we're very
Right,
attentive
Randy?
to that.
There you go.
Yes.
So on the light that's at Longhorn and Knowles, are we waiting until that final phase is like landscaped and everything before we turn that on, or is that?
The signal.
Again, we're waiting on, Encore has to move a pedestal down there in order to get it powered up, and then put it in flash. We're hoping to do that maybe by the end of this month. Everything's there and ready to go, except for a little switch over from Encore. So as soon as that's done, then we'll put it in flash mode.
Okay.
Have they done the striping yet, or are we still waiting on that too?
That's the other thing, we gotta lay the paving markings down, which they're waiting on the contractor to get over and do that as well.
Yeah.
That should be a lot easier though, right? I mean, you're having to go through the striper people. We should have a little bit more power over them than Encore.
Mm-hmm. So the next few slides will be about McRoy. It's always helpful because I know it's a bit counterintuitive. These are numbered from right to left. And then I'm actually going to talk left to right, so.
Make it even more
I know.
confusing. Thanks, Trent.
Hey, I think it was Dolph who numbered these. It was not me, or maybe Brad Tribble. So the red phase, number 4, I don't have a slide for it. Just a reminder, that's the very west side of McRoy. We do not have a design contract nor any construction funding for the west McRoy right now. So McRoy Phase 3, that's been our main project we're pushing on this year. We are 90% complete. I haven't, and we'll actually talk about this more after these other updates, but we are ready to finish the design this fall. I'll talk more about the franchise and right-of-way stuff we're working on. And then we're anticipating advertising that project, going to bid for contractors early 26. And that should time well, depending on the utilities, but we feel like we're getting good traction there. Just a reminder, it is a urban section where we're focusing on the walkability and the connectivity. It'll all be brand new concrete pavement, curb and gutter everywhere, and then sidewalk on the south, shared use path, which is 8 foot wide or wider on the north side of McRoy. McRoy Phase 2A, so going to the east, this would include Main Street intersection over to Spring Hollow. Those railroad transitions are looking better, Randy, but with our new profile, those will smooth out even more. It'll be a complete reconstruct where it'll be all new concrete pavement. It'll be much beefier than the west side, Phase 3, because of all the trucks. So we have full design contract for this. We're going to finish 60% this year. We've already started coordinating with the railroad to get their agreements and their permits executed. And then the earliest we could start this, kind of with our discussions, would be fall of 27, but we do not have construction funds for this project. So that would be contingent upon, either a partnership or a grant or bond funding.
Is the 5-foot sidewalk on the north side actually feasible?
So I'm glad you asked. This is an old exhibit. This is an old image, actually. The north side, yes. The south side, right now, it is not. When we're looking at it, yeah. So we haven't really sat down with Randy to talk about that yet, but you're correct. Yeah. And when we were looking at it, I was focused on the north side just with the connectivity to the Spring Hollow area. I thought that made a lot more sense than the south. Great question, though.
Once that construction begins, if we're fortunate to let it begin fall 2027, do you have any idea how long that might take?
I don't. I mean, roughly this length, normally that's give or take 2 years, but with the railroad coordination, they need inspectors on site at all times. I mean, it could extend out. But given just the scope of the project, I would say roughly about 2 years. But the next slide may impact that. So Randy's going to talk a little more about this, but 2B and 1 are from Spring Hollow all the way to Blue Mound or 156. And so currently we do not have any design contracts nor funding for construction. And I think Randy was going to talk about kind of ideas for that design and then his recent discussions with the county.
Yep, thank you, Trent. Mayor and council, I've met numerous times over there, county on that, looking at that road, trying to figure out what can we do, cheapest way to fix it temporarily. There's not a cheap fix for it temporarily. They gave me 2 prices, and neither one do they recommend. I mean, you're looking at about $750,000 on the light end and a little over $1 million on the best route that they recommend to approach fixing it. It's a mill and overlay. Due to the traffic volume and the kind of traffic that's over there, you're looking at maybe a couple of years, 3 to 5 years tops. So they don't recommend us throwing good money out the window, and we're going to come back in and fix it anyway. So, at this point in time, I think staff would rather recommend that we look at going ahead and moving forward with the design of phase one in anticipation of possibly a bond election maybe next May. But there's just really no good way that they feel good about fixing that road. It was never designed to carry the traffic that it's carrying now. Never was. We have so much truck traffic, industrial traffic over there on that side of town that it is just tearing that road to pieces.
I believe when I moved here, there were weight limits on signs on that road that aren't there anymore. It definitely wasn't designed for that truck traffic.
No.
Well, it's kind of hard to tell truck traffic they can't ride on a road that their business is on. Mayor, how's the discussions actually going? I know you've had some discussions with the county.
I did. I actually talked to the commissioner yesterday. He is very interested in this road and this cut through, especially the one cutting through to Western Center.
That'd be the realigned kind of on the north
Correct.
top side of that
Correct.
image.
And we've been talking with the developer, and the developer's sort of been dragging their feet. So I said, candidly, I said, let's do it together. I said, we've got some for, money for planning. We can do a bond, but how about some county money for construction? He didn't get out his checkbook immediately, but he didn't say no either. So we will, if he's very interested, I said, put your money where your mouth is, literally. And he's eager to do that, and I think there's a possibility of that as well, maybe in conjunction with a bond. It would not be to fund the whole thing, no. But there is, yes, there's interest there, so I think we're going to I'm going to bring that back up. We'll considering that it's a possibility. I don't know how good a possibility, but it is a possibility.
Mayor, Council, just want to mention that these two sections, phases, they are within the boundaries of our TERS. So we're accumulating TERS funds that are restricted to the infrastructure here. That was by design. We created this district knowing that it would need some attention in the future, and I think we have a balance of a few $100,000 now, which will continue to grow as value in the TERS boundaries grow.
So do we want to try to hold this off until there was enough money in the TERS value to do it, or?
So I think we're getting close where we could probably issue notes backed by the TERS, but the design really needs to get going. Trent didn't mention it, but if you recall, a couple years ago, the section between Lavon and, say, Spring Hollow was reconstructed to include curb and gutter. The same conditions or similar conditions are there with drainage. You have truck traffic and poor drainage that's beating it up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we probably need to start design sooner rather than later.
Can we use TERS funds now to start the design?
Yeah, we can. The construction, Trent mentioned that, construction likely would be a bond project, although we could offset it for future TERS revenues for these sections since they're in the district.
And if we were able to package East Macro together, we would find economy with scale as well, if that was something y'all were interested in.
Well, and Mr. Mayor, to your point about the developer that's there, maybe they might be more interested if they found out that it would be a three-way partnership instead of just a two-way. They might be more interested.
Potentially. I don't know, but yeah.
Right.
No, we do need to discuss that with them. We need more discussions to come. It has to be,
Right,
yeah.
sure, absolutely.
And we're at least talking, so that's a good start. But
Okay. I mentioned Opal earlier, so this was one of our first street and utility maintenance projects. SUMP project is what we're calling it. The idea here is we pair failing roads with failing utilities, and then we knock them all out together to be more efficient. So we are at 60% design complete. If you ask Atmos, we are at 90% design complete. So that when they would look at our plans. This is where they decided to replace the entire line. We told them this isn't the only sump project we have. Please consider replacing all the way down to Longhorn, because this project goes from McRoy to Ruidoso. So we asked them to go ahead and do phase 2, or phase 2 and 3, whatever it gets split into, so that we can proceed without delay next time.
Did they at least seem positive about that?
They did. Mm-hmm. I think, given how many leaks they've had in that area, it was kind of a no-brainer at the time. So they have told us, and Atmos is pretty good at following up on the deadlines they set, that it would be complete by May of next year. So that is a little later than we wanted to get started on it, but I think overall it'll be a better end product for everyone.
Yeah, if they actually replace all of that down through there, I think that's a very well justified delay.
Yep. Okay, Old Decatur North. This one is almost finished. So we are finished with 90% design. We have been working with Encore, the same rep we've been working with, and he's already redesigned and started to issue for construction the pole that needs to be relocated. There are a few existing poles we want removed, but we need to get charter off of them. So I'm optimistic that we'll be able to advertise, go out for bids on this project around the end of the year and start construction in the spring. And then we've been coordinating with some potential developments in the area too, just to make sure we're not overlapping with like the storm drain infrastructure. So potential cost savings on Saginaw's behalf there.
We're going to have sidewalks there, right?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
We tried to coordinate with Fort Worth to extend where we're ending our sidewalks at the city limits to the next side street. I'm going to find a way to try to get them to continue that because it just stops right across from that church. And so I may just go pour some asphalt myself on a weekend, get it to connect.
Is that
The funding for that's all in place already?
For Saginaw, yes.
is that Carlos Flores? Is that his district? Okay. Let me call him. He's mayor pro tem now. Maybe he's got a little more juice.
Okay.
So okay.
I'll give you everything you need. I'll give you the costs and the exhibits. We have it already. Let me make a note of that. Okay, the sidewalk projects, we've kind of grouped them together. All of our sidewalk projects lately are funded through grants or the CDBG, the Community Development Block Grant Program, which is from Tarrant County. So quick plug, or through our regular roadway reconstructions as well, we add sidewalks. So the current CDBG, the 50th year program is going to start, or has started construction actually, and they were moving really quickly, so they're probably almost finished on Southern. The next one we've identified would be on Cambridge, a little further north, kind of central Saginaw. They actually changed the eligible areas for the CDBG program this year. So Rancho North, surprisingly, was not an eligible area, so that's why we're looking at Cambridge. But we've identified and walked a good project that we are considering applying for in December. Saginaw is eligible for those CDBG grants every other year, so that's why there's a little bit of delay between them.
How much is the amount for those grants?
It's gone down a little bit. The last one was around 160,000, and we had the 2020 COs that we were using to really increase the size of those projects. So that's why like Thompson was a much larger project. Since we don't have that fund anymore, that's why Southern was a lot smaller because we were trying to stay under that budget. Cambridge would be well out of that budget if we did the whole gap. But Tarrant County did tell me that keep applying for more, and there's times where cities aren't able to spend all of their money. So if Saginaw's comfortable and gives me direction, I'd like to apply for a project that's more than the budget. And if we do get the money, great. If we don't, then it'll just have to come from Saginaw somewhere.
We've never run into that, right, not being able to spend the money.
Yeah, we haven't.
You said Rancho North isn't eligible?
No, ma'am.
And why is that?
So the eligibility for CDBG is that 51% or more of a block, like census area, needs to be low to moderate income. And I had not seen it change over like the 10 years I've been helping with this program, but it was different. I confirmed that we did not receive a different city's eligibility chart, but it dropped below the 51%. Okay. Yeah. So they update it every year, but it had not changed for 10 years. And so I was surprised to see it update.
And is this a project that y'all manage for us, or is it managed by Public Works, or?
So we're given a design contract, so typically we help with the applications every year through our on-call in December, and then if, once the city is awarded the funds, they receive RFQs, submittals of qualifications for several different consultants from Tarrant County, and then they select which consultant they want. Usually it's us, and then we manage the project from there on as the design consultant.
Okay, so I talked to Randy this morning about that intersection at Hampshire and Southern.
Mm-hmm.
During peak times, they're using a skid steer in the middle of the road, and they're not, like, they're just out there with people walking around across the street. They don't look. It's pretty dangerous.
Okay.
So definitely,
Yeah.
I don't know if you had talked
So
to them.
I talked with Bill. Bill went over there and had a meeting with them this morning. He's gonna be over there first thing in the morning. And they're not gonna be out in that road.
Okay.
They're not even supposed to be out there anytime at all, but
Yeah, when I came back at 2 o'clock this afternoon, maybe like 1, closer to 1, there was a skid steer in the road, and they were walking across. One guy walked right in front of me and didn't even look. So,
Sorry, yeah, so during construction, it is more Bill who manages it. We do the final sidewalk, and we review and approve pay estimates. Okay, the last sidewalk project is Basswood Sidewalks. I think y'all have heard about this a couple times, but it's being mostly funded through a TxDOT safety program, the Highway Safety Improvement Program. We're under contract. We've started the kickoff calls with TxDOT already. We are submitting conceptual design. TxDOT requires a 30, 60, 90 final. We'll submit that 30% in fall. The earliest we could possibly start construction on this right now is fall of '27. So I know that's a little later than we're used to, but that's the TxDOT year that they have it programmed in.
So it's TxDOT that's holding that up then.
Yep. We did ask, and they did say that if we can keep the process going and we get finished early, we can submit a request to be moved into the previous fiscal year or the earlier fiscal year. So that is our goal, but definitely can't promise that that'll happen.
and where is this specifically located on Basswood?
This is Basswood sidewalks on the north side of Basswood or east side, and then it'll start at Blue Mound and it'll go to where the sidewalk gap ends at that electrical power easement near the fire station.
And so it's on the opposite side of where the school district just did, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And the school district did put some more sidewalks in this year, didn't they?
Yes.
Yep.
I only know that because they just posted about it.
There will be new applications for HSIP. It's an annual application. So last year was the first year we did it, and we applied for 3, received 2, which most cities only got 1. We're going to apply for 2 more this year. They're due in November. So we'll be hoping to get a couple more projects from that.
Which 2 are you applying for?
So one that we applied for last year was a signal timing project for Bailey Boswell. So we'll apply for that one as well. I was honestly surprised it didn't get selected because it scored really, really well. So I'm hopeful for that. And then the other one, I still need to, I don't want to say yet. I need to make sure Randy's on board with it because it's a bold option. But I'll tell you before we apply. The other HSIP project that is going on right now is the signal at Bailey Boswell and Jarvis or Prairie Moon. I know this has been kind of discussed recently, but our direction right now is to still proceed with this design.
Yeah. So, Randy, are we getting close to getting the no left turn signs and stuff there?
yes, I anticipate them probably going in maybe next week.
And then as far as
So
the design, are we gonna, go ahead.
So the citizen that actually came and talked to us about this, can we make sure she gets this and sees when it's scheduled to be done?
I don't know if you saw, but their main concern was they didn't want a left-hand turn there at all.
I did see, yeah.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I don't have her contact information, but happy to provide the exhibits to whoever may be able to get in touch with her.
I can give it to you, or
Okay.
you can give it to me and I can give it to her.
Okay. That was all the project updates, besides McElroy Boulevard Phase 3. Any questions? Okay. Oh,
I mean, this is a street update. I was kind of hoping we would see, I mean, because, you know, 4 or 5 years ago, we got that software.
Drive program.
How we was doing towards the critical major on our roads.
So we are getting a contract together right now to actually resurvey the roads. So how can we, whenever we redo that, we could bring an update. So right now, all of the updates would be like a projected update, which I could give you, but it wouldn't be actual survey of the roads. I could refresh. It's easy to log in and kind of look at where we're at because we've been updating each road as we go. But I think the more accurate tell would be a resurvey of the roads.
I mean, didn't McElroy Phase 1 score the worst?
Yeah.
Wasn't
Yeah, it was a 12 out of 100.
Yeah, it was the worst
Yeah.
of our streets, yeah.
And
It
it,
hadn't improved, has it?
yeah.
It didn't magically get better.
I was really hoping.
Industrial's getting more and more traffic as Google Maps is routing everybody off 820 down that hill.
Yeah.
Well, that's bad when you know 820 is worse than industrial.
Thank you. You answered a lot of my questions. The only other one that I had that I didn't see was on the roundabout. Are the raised crosswalks done, and are they on every entrance, or is it just for 2?
They're on every entrance.
Okay, and they're already there?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your questions.
No,
I'm surprised I answered them.
No, you answered all. Yeah,
Okay.
so far. You've answered quite a few, so that was the only.
Okay.
I didn't have a chance to write them in, so I
Yeah.
just wrote them in.
They are constructed. They're in, so we did a ride along with the chief and we drove other ones. So we ended up deciding on a slightly less aggressive height than I had originally proposed, but I think due to the proximity of the fire station, it made a lot of sense. But once they're striped, the way that they're striped, they will appear more aggressive than they are, and it'll get people's attention. Yeah.
And the one to the west is also done too. So, that other walk. I envision that one as being the main crosswalk to the park.
Oh, to the west, yeah, west of the creek, yep. Okay, to focus on McElroy Phase 3, so we are, today I want to just talk briefly about kind of planning for the public meeting, and then I just have some answers and some dialogue to talk about with you about your questions. So before we wanted to schedule the public meeting, I wanted to sit down with Public Works, Police, Fire, and EMS just to talk about traffic control, permanent access, timing of the project, and then we also talked about like where the future crosswalks would go. It makes sense for everyone. So we had that meeting in July. I thought it went really well. We got a lot of engagement from everyone. I won't tell you who won the arm wrestle, but all the traffic flows away from the fire station. So someone got their way. So we reflected all of our plans to reflect that, which is good. So today we have a couple of options we want to show to you. I know this is a little bit rushed and last second, so feel free to give us your input now or later, however you want. And then we started talking with Pedro and Lee about scheduling that public meeting. I think October is an option. So did you have a preference on those last 2 dates we talked about?
We were looking at October 23rd, but talking to Lee, we have to finalize with Tarrant County voting because they're going to be using the new library as a voting center.
Okay.
So we want to make sure which room they're using before we, but once we get it finalized, we'll let Kim Lee.
Okay.
Council know.
A little more detail on the schedule. So Atmos, AT&T, and Encore all have relocations for this project. I feel really good about Atmos. AT&T, surprisingly, I'm in a good spot with them. Encore was tough to get started, but we are moving. We did a site walk to look at all the relocations today. They have a lot of work to do. They hired a consultant to do their design, so that's a little more optimistic because hopefully less turnover. But they're supposed to be clear spring of '26. And so they are on the critical path at this point of getting this project started. In order for them to relocate, like I mentioned earlier, we will be dedicating more right-of-way to the actual street from the city to the city. And then we've met with 2 of the 3 property owners on McElroy that we'll need right-of-way from, and the 2 that we had went really well. They were both very agreeable, and we have a handshake agreement that we will turn into an official agreement here soon. Final design easily finished by end of this year. I think we're just basically looking to incorporate any feedback from the residents and from council. And then if we're looking good with Encore's relocation, we'll plan to advertise in the spring and start construction in the summer. So, Sean, I had a lot more detail in here at first, to be honest, but I kind of boiled it down to things that I think we really wanted to address. I will say if any of your comments are not on here, they were addressed. So thank you for the thorough review. Honestly, there were some really good comments. I talked about a reminder of like what this is. So today I want to just talk briefly about the tree removals, which is always a topic that we need to discuss, and then the median and parkway options for like the central raised median. So trees. So basically, west of the fire station, all of the trees that are existing are within 2 feet of the proposed curb line. We looked at shifting the road north, but with the grade difference and the large shared use path on the north side, it didn't make sense. We'd be building a lot more walls just to tie in with those new development. So we ended up leaving the center line where it was. And I have on here that the trees within like an 8-foot section are not allowed. I looked more into the ordinances, like you mentioned, and so I have the number if you want to write it down. It's section 8-13. That's the landscape regulations. It talks about existing trees in section B, 5A, and it says like for existing trees, if they're 6 inches to 12 inches, you need 12 feet. If they're over 12 inches, you need 18 feet.
Is that for just new trees being installed?
Those are existing trees specifically, yeah. Okay, there's a separate section about new trees.
Do you know when that ordinance, I mean, maybe you
Yeah.
can look it up, when that ordinance was adopted?
It was recent.
Okay. There's a reason why I'm asking, because if you're coming down McElroy and you go to, well, now I guess it would be Fossilwood, and you turn north on Knowles, there's trees that are right up against the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And I mean, they're big trees and they're within inches of it. So I
Yeah,
don't know if that's,
it's pretty recent, and we did modify some of our design plans to match this ordinance on Knowles.
So here's my concern with it. Ordinances can be changed, but we can give a fine example down Basswood. They went in there, they cut them down, and they cut the major root sections to within it. Every one of those trees now are dying. The project's done, but the trees are still dying.
Mm-hmm.
So you take a big tree and you cut off that much of its root system, it really hurts it. And
The ordinance also states it needs to be, I believe it's 12 inches outside the drip line. So a lot of
Right.
these trees,
And
that's,
that makes, I'm no arborist expert, but what I've always heard and studied is that the trees get the majority of their nutrients and the water from the drip line. So it makes absolute sense that you would have an ordinance that says so many feet out. But I will say that, if we're gonna say, okay, no, we're gonna change, we're gonna somehow make an allowance for the ordinance and leave these trees as we go through there and cut it, I would have to see a study from an actual expert first saying that once we go through that and we do it, that tree's viable and gonna live. And then 2, what's that gonna do to the foundation of this very expensive roadway we just put in for our citizens?
well, I just wanted to make sure that we were exhausting every possible option, and it looks like, I mean, from what I'm seeing there, the water line being in the way and things like that, and we're replacing that, right?
so we're not replacing the water line. It's well outside the roadway. If it was underneath, I think we would reconsider.
But either way, if we have to in the future, it's gonna be an issue, so.
Yeah, but it's underneath the existing trees, which I'm not sure the history on, but it's a 12-inch water line, so, yeah, they're kind of in the way. And then also, even if the tree did survive, I'd be concerned about the road, and then also just the maintenance and the limbs and the trimming, that's a headache. So one thing I don't have on here, but I did add in my notes, is that we are adding 28 new trees. And so in section 8-13G5 of the ordinance, that's where it talks about it is an 8-foot minimum width. So our parkways are 11 feet. And we're being very intentional about picking trees that the roots are not as wide, they are more deeper and consolidated. So those trees, any questions on the trees? It does break my heart. I get grief from my son the most about removing y'all's trees. They go to the Willow Creek Park, and every time he gets onto me. Okay, so median options. This was one of your questions, and we were actually already talking about this, which was kind of funny. So just with the mowing discussions that have happened, and irrigation systems, for some reason, are just a pain in our side when we go to install them. And so we were talking, does turf make sense, was honestly kind of the first idea. And then, someone said, well, just do all stamped colored concrete. And I said, well, that's so expensive. But then we were like, let's look at the lifetime cost. So that's kind of what we have today. And then just to give a little more perspective on this, west of City Hall, there are raised medians on the proposed McRoy. East of City Hall, there are none. It's a 3-lane section, if that makes sense. So this really is only for west of City Hall.
What's the downside to turf?
Downside of turf. It is more expensive up front, and so it's $15 a square foot compared to sod with irrigation is a third of the price up front.
But it's not more expensive than concrete, though.
It is not more expensive than concrete.
Right.
There is potential maintenance. It's minimal. We have an expert in the room, Randy Newsom, for turf.
What's the shelf life of turf with the sun and everything here? How many years are we gonna get out of it before we gotta replace it?
Generally, it depends on the quality of turf that you buy. You're looking 10 to 20 years.
But a lot of those turf you mentioned earlier are ones that have traffic on them, like they're being used for fields. So the fact that this wouldn't, I think you could expect a little more life out of it.
So I guess I'm confused. There's concrete underneath this turf, right?
No.
No.
What's underneath the turf?
No,
Base.
they start with a
Number
big
one
base,
base.
and then it works up to a smaller base, and then sometimes there's sand, depending on what it's used for, and then turf on top.
Have you ever seen the turf up by Joe's Pizza? In the shopping center
Yeah.
on the edge there?
Never.
It's been there a long time. It's still.
So I put these numbers into AI, and the sod versus the sod with irrigation and doing turf, the break even's 4.35 years. So any time that it lasts past that 4.35 years is just savings, because the irrigation it costs a lot to maintain.
Turf sounds like a fantastic solution.
Yeah, and just some background on
Are-
this.
Are
Some
we
of
looking at going, we spent effort when we updated our
landscape regulations.
yeah, stuff. And Mary's a big advocate, I'll throw you under the bus, Mary, of all natural Texas landscaping and stuff. I'm not a big fan of the sod with irrigation. It's extremely expensive. You're always having to fix the irrigations, and we're having to pay people to mow it. What would it cost to just go with a native landscape? I don't know, like with buffalo
We've brought
grass
that
and
up,
stuff.
honestly. We talked about that with Laura and Randy, and I think our hesitation was the aesthetic, that people wouldn't understand that you have to let it grow. Like, it'll be taller.
People would think we hadn't mowed it.
And then there are weeds.
I think, so when I was driving around Dallas, and I was surprised, I never noticed them before, but I was just happened to be a passenger this time, and in between the concrete barriers, they put red yuccas, and they're gigantic, and I'm like, I don't think there's any irrigation there, they just grow.
Yeah.
And it looks great, so, I know that when they start out, they're only gonna be,
Yeah.
I've been to some cities, like Roswell, New Mexico, if you've ever been there, all their medians are broken glass.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So, I mean, when we look at maybe some other materials, I like the idea of, the yuccas and the natural scape, and some stone and gravel, whatever.
Okay.
Something we don't have to mow.
This is leading honestly exactly where we thought it would. So we thought this might be a good option to bring to the public with some of the xeriscape options. So we could do some light rendering of those options and bring them and maybe have like a sticker board or a voting or something, if that's okay with y'all.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
Is there one of the cities around here that has this turf that's been in, say, 5-7 years, that, say, a council member could go cruise by?
There are, Fort Worth's got several that I can get you in locations you want to drive by.
The areas we're finding that we're more familiar with are honestly our, we call them national private clients, so like the Costco's, the Sam's.
Let's keep it to one discussion, please.
Sorry.
No, Trenton, keep going.
Okay. We're seeing like a lot of the large retail, like Costco's or Sam's or Target, they're the ones that are actually looking more towards turf right now.
Costco just,
Yeah.
last year, I think it was redid all theirs, and it's holding up really well.
Yeah.
Mary, did you have a question?
I'll just say, more aesthetically pleasing would be the native landscaping. I think the turf, of course, we want to be concerned about cost, but that's just so fake looking and not natural, and, I don't think it's,
Some height to make it look good, instead of just flat, plain medians.
yeah, if we could do native landscaping, low maintenance if at all, I think, and more pleasing to look at.
Yeah, we can definitely get some options together and let y'all look at them. My ideal scenario is I'm giving y'all the information before we take it to the public, so I can get input on that prior to. Okay.
So I'm assuming then out of these 1, 2, 3, 4, it sounds like if we only had these 4 to pick from, it sounds like the turf is kind of winning out.
Is winning?
Yeah.
The artificial turf
Yeah.
would be winning out if you only had these 4 to pick from.
And I would say probably 2 would be the concrete, because even that, I mean, it's a $171,000 for once, and then you got a long-term fix versus.
Texas heat,
Yeah.
people are trying to get away from the concrete because it just builds
Yes.
up more and more.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
The natural
I
scape
think
would
the
be the way
natural
to go.
scape's the way to
Yeah.
go.
And, I think when we present it to the public, we may not just show like a picture with the cost, because we don't want it to make it sound like it's just a cost decision. I think there is a lot of pride in this corridor, and we want it to be an aesthetics decision, maintenance decision, stuff like that. Last slide. So next steps, schedule the public meeting. With Pedro and Lee's help, we'll get a final date on that, advertise it well in advance, get your input on those options. And if there's any other ideas of things you'd like me to talk about, options you'd like us to take to the citizens, feel free to reach out, and then I'll coordinate with Randy on getting that put together. So that is it.
Any other questions for Trenton?
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Trenton. Good work. All right, moving on. We're skipping 3D. That has been resolved. I believe we don't need that, discuss that item tonight. So 3E, discussion regarding operational hours for animal service. Lee?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item is discussing an operational decision that we made back in June when Shelter Manager Jose Whelan came to me and we discussed closing for a 3-hour period that were open to the public on Saturdays. I provided in June a pretty extensive, detailed email to all the council on that, so I won't bore you with going back all through all that. But I would just like to remind you of a few little facts before we get into the discussion, and I'll be glad to answer any questions or address any concerns. So the shelter operates with 8 employees, 5 full-time employees and 3 part-time employees. There's a shelter manager, Jose, who also is a certified animal control officer, takes field calls, also works in the shelter itself. Manages the whole operation on site. He has 2 additional full-time animal control officers who also share duties inside the shelter and in the field. There's a full-time shelter tech, and then there's 3 part-time shelter techs. So keep in mind that the operation is a 7-day-a-week, 365-day-a-year operation. Whether the animal shelter is open to the public or not, there are employees showing up in the shelter every day, sometimes twice a day, if it's a Saturday or Sunday or a holiday. But there's somebody there every day of the year, cleaning kennels, taking care of animals, feeding, taking care of any kind of medical issues that they might need. So this year, they've been working very, very hard to be more efficient, to maintain a satisfactory live release rate, and in fact, they have continued to maintain over a 90% live release rate, while also reducing the total number of animals that are kept in the shelter on a daily basis, both dogs and cats, and reducing the length of stay, all at the same time. They've put in a lot of hard work. When Jose came and asked me about this, we took a look at it. We ran some numbers. If you take away all of the special events, and I'll talk about those briefly here in just a second, you take away the special vaccination, adoption, and registration events, the 3 hours that we've been traditionally open on Saturdays to the public are no more busy than any other day of the week. Sometimes we have 0 customers come into the animal shelter. Sometimes we may have 3 or 4 adoptions go out the door. But I'll remind you too that a large number of the adoptions occur at these adoption events. We just had a nationwide annual, even month-long adoption event called Clear the Shelter. I'm sure you saw the publications on that and the results of that. We had a number of animals adopted. Also, there's a lot of adoptions, or a lot of the live release rate is achieved without anybody actually ever stepping into the shelter. So we have relationships with rescue groups and adoption groups. They've built a good rapport with the Texas SPCA, and the full-time adoption coordinator that y'all authorized a couple of years ago has been a big part of that relationship building and that ability to move a lot of animals out of the shelter in a number of different ways, which is, again, added to the reduction in those numbers that I talked about as far as the overall animal care that goes on there. So, frankly, their hard work, with all their hard work and the fact that it's a tough job and that they have added into the decision to close those 3 hours. Again, there will still be ACOs or technicians or both on duty in the shelter on Saturdays and Sundays, just as there are every Saturday and Sunday. If we need to make an appointment with somebody who comes in the middle of the week and says, I can only come back on Saturday to pick up my dog that y'all have impounded, we will make an appointment with them, and we'll either use the existing staff that's there or set up something for other staff to come in and take care of that person. Then again, so I mentioned the events. So there are at least 4 low-cost vaccination events that are sponsored by TCAP. Those all occur on Saturdays. And there's one coming up this Saturday, as a matter of fact. We will serve oftentimes somewhere upwards above 100 to 200 people who come through in those events. There's vaccination events, registration clinics, vaccination clinics, registration events, and even low-cost spay and neuter events that we participate with other agencies with. And those all occur on the weekends, if not, with the exception of the one I mentioned already, Clear the Shelter, which again is month-long. So there's still a lot of activity on Saturdays, and when we have one of those events at the shelter, when we host those there, or if we host it off-site somewhere, which is also common, the entire staff rolls out for that, all 8 employees. So the fact of the matter is, we are spending a lot of overtime. I think a couple other key things that it will say is that none of the part-time employees, and we've looked at a bunch of different schedules, but none of the part-time employees, the 3 part-time employees, none of them actually have regularly scheduled days off where there's 2 days off in a row. They work every other day, or they have 1 day off and 2 days work and 1 day off, something like that. So there's no more, they're spread out about the best we can to take up the additional need from the full-time employees. So, it was an operational decision that we made. I know there's many alternatives that we could look at on scheduling, and there may be one that's more efficient than this, but when we lose the SAP students that come in for the summertime at the beginning of September, of course, or late August, they go back to school, and we lose them. So decided to kind of give the staff a break for a few months. I consider this a temporary decision, but I will say that, long-term, we're going to have to look at expanding the hours that we're capable of working, and that would mean converting some of the part-time positions to full-time or adding additional part-time positions. So anyway, I'll stop there and be glad to answer any questions or comment or make any.
Questions for Lee?
My concern with this is the way it is now, say a working couple wants to register their animal. There's no open hours for them to do it, and we're not set up to do it online like a lot of other cities are. So I think until we can get to where we're online, we need to either offer a couple hours in the evening or do something on Saturdays to accommodate it, or we're going to see people not registering their pets anymore.
Yeah, so we've actually explored, I think, the most viable opportunity to online registration, and we can do that actually for a very minimal cost through a software program called Shelter Pro. Jose has been in touch with them a few times in the last few weeks. They can set that up for an additional $300 annually to the city for software costs. We can have online adoptions. They work with an online pay vendor who will collect the money and then transfer that money to the city. We would think the way it would work is they hold the money for about 48 hours. We have an opportunity to review the registration. There's a way for people to comply with the ordinance and upload vaccination certificates and any kind of chip information and spay or neuter information from a vet. So we can set all of that up to have that operate online, and I think we can do that in a minimal time frame for, like say, a minimal amount of money. There would be fees passed on, credit card fees passed on to the citizens through that adoption cost, so we'd have to up that a little bit. That's entirely doable. Again, if somebody contacts us and needs an after-hours appointment, we can set that up. And you have to also understand that there are just people who refuse to register their pets, and sometimes they get citations, they come to court, and then they're kind of forced to do that. It's kind of a tough battle educating people, but we're also doing we have a lot of things in the works to do some more education and public service announcements. The animal shelter folks and Pedro's staff have done a tremendous job here lately. They've come up with a lot of great new ideas on some marketing and some videos and things like that. We will always have the opportunity to host special events. I really don't think there's a danger in losing registration percentages with all those options in place.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. You want to come and ask, you can come to the podium and ask a question. You can, absolutely. Come to the microphone so we can all hear you, please.
It's just, I can talk really loud.
But people can't hear you online.
Oh, you can hear me online, I'm sorry. This is really,
It's okay.
I'm sorry, I'm just not aware of what the hours are. I mean, you're talking about there's a difficulty with the hours of people being able to contact the shelter and everything, but what are those hours that we're actually talking about?
Yeah, good question. So they're open routinely Monday through Thursday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. On Fridays from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. That's with the Saturday closure. The Saturday, the traditional Saturday hours have been from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And that's what we're talking about, shutting down temporarily.
Aren't they also closed for lunch?
Sir?
Closed for lunch?
Yes, yeah, he can address that.
So we did close for lunch for an hour from 12 to 1 to give staff time to eat lunch.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
Because we were having staff that were not able to go to lunch till 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon with people rolling in between 12 to 1. Even if we've tried to stagger our lunches, we get to the point to where we're trying to service the customers, which puts us at a lack of getting ourselves taken care of. So we did shut down from 12 to 1 for lunch. That way all staff gets to go. That's available to go lunch. We do have part-timers that don't get lunches and they work full 6-hour shifts.
Yeah, it wasn't that we were saying, it's just you're open from this time to this time, closed for lunch and closed Saturday, Sunday.
Correct.
That's
Those,
just the standard.
those are the shelter hours. However, staff is there as early as 7:30 in the morning. So we're there from 7:30 to 5. Some of us 7:30 to 5:30, depending on their schedules, so.
Thank you, Jose.
So I got some, so here's the thing. I can only speak for myself, but I think the rest of it. We know that the employees at the animal shelters doing awesome. They're squeezing everything they can out of it, and it's not that. I mean, I guess what kind of irritates me sitting here on council is, one, I found out about this on Facebook, and I'm on council. That shouldn't happen, especially with an interface, something that impacts our citizens in multiple ways. So it might be the absolute right thing to do, but that's it. Second off, I heard you talk about they're working overtime and this and this things. Council has Gabe, the employees and which employees they are, starts at Gabe and works its way down. Council just approves that. And since I've been on council, I don't ever remember coming up for budget, and definitely the animal shelter, anybody on council or it being voted down, that we didn't approve anything for the animal shelter from a resource standpoint that was needed. So I guess I'm kind of struggling. If all of a sudden, and I don't doubt it, that, the animal shelter people are being, they're having to do 10 pounds of work and we're only allocating them, 5 pounds to do it in. Nobody ever came to council and asked us or told us that. And so, I mean, I'll just state it. I look at that as a senior management issue within the city. Definitely not, that's not the employees at the animal shelter. And the council can't fix what they're not told.
Yeah, and I agree with it, that it's a senior management decision, and I was part of that decision, and Gabe and I talked about it along with other directors, that for the last 2 years, that we would concentrate on existing staff compensation last year, and also again this year to catch up with the market, and that we would not push the council for additional personnel at the same time. I think that was a sound decision, and I stand behind that. I was part of that decision. And I'm not saying that this is necessarily an issue that the council had to fix for us. You know, we're closing to the face of the public for 3 hours difference a week. And again, you know, we may get to the point where sooner than later that we want to reopen on Saturdays.
So on that, so, okay, it looks like the majority of our animals don't go out the door by people coming and adopt them. It's the other method. I don't know what percentage it is. Maybe that's going to be part of y'all's presentation today. I don't know.
It's a large number. I don't know, I can't quote that number exactly, but the Clear the Shelter event, I think we put 37 animals out the door in that adoption event.
Yeah.
The rest of the year, it's a combination of people who see animals on our websites, Pet Finder, and they come to look at those animals, and we always accommodate anybody that we know is coming. Occasionally, there's a cold walk-in that occurs where somebody walks out with an animal right then. That's really pretty rare.
Pretty rare.
And then again, a lot of the animals are moved out through these adoption and rescue groups and the coordination that they've and the relationships that they've built with them. So it's not just dependent on being open to the public and waiting for somebody to show up who wants an animal. And you know, that's part of it, but that's not the biggest part of it.
So,
Rick, did you have a question? You can come up. Okay.
yeah, I had one more. So the second part that concerns me is people have to show up in person to register their animals. And I understand why we're closed at lunch, perfectly understand why we're doing everything we're doing, but it's going to create, Saginaw is a working class city. Most people have to work, and most people, I would say, I don't know what the percentage is, I'd say pretty high, both the husband and wife work, or the significant other work. So we have to be cognizant of that, and we have to understand, okay, if we're going to reduce this to where they even have less, how can we also be passionate to our citizens to alleviate that? So I don't want to cut hours and then all of a sudden start, writing people up for their animals not being registered when we're the ones causing the time.
Can I add something to that?
Go ahead.
Okay, so when I make contact with a citizen, I give them the opportunity to have an extension to come in, schedule a time. I also give them the option to do it by mail. So they are able to fill out the form online, they print it offline, they put it in an envelope with animal services written on it, they drop it off at the mailbox here at the city with the fee for it. We do have a lot of people that do register by mail. The only time we require a first-time in-face adoption is for a new registration, so that way we can get the owner's information, driver's license information, microchip information, and make sure we have correct information to register that pet. Okay? We do have issues with people requesting 3-year registrations that don't meet the requirement for 3 years. When they do that through the mail, we wind up calling them back and saying, sir, you or ma'am, you provided request for a 3-year registration, however, you don't meet the requirements for that. So now they're going to have to either void the check out and come back in. I have reached out to Shelter Pro, like Lee said, and looked at possibly doing online registration. So before online registration wasn't an option due to the STW deal, apparently it's an option now. So there wasn't a way to set it up to where they could pay for online registrations through STW water records like they do with the water records. So that is actually I called Bill Duncan with Shelter Pro and asked him about that, and that we needed to possibly get it done prior to October 1st or get it to where we could roll it out October 1st.
So is that something we can get done by October 1st? Can we have it rolled out by then?
I mean, it's really, from the financial standpoint, it's it's really up to the software and the credit card processing company.
Yeah, so basically we'd have to.
Normally doesn't take a very long time.
Basically, we'd have to fill out an application through Forte for a merchant account, and then the bank would have to, or the city would have to provide their banking information. Once that's all set up, then there's a module that we get from Shelter Pro, and they activate the module, and then we're on a roll.
I think we've got pretty clear direction. That's how we want to go, at least a good start. So yeah, let's do that. That's a good, but it's not the solution, but it's a start. Do you have a question, Rick? You want?
got a question.
Okay.
So you mentioned overtime. How much overtime have we spent this year, and are at that trajectory, how much will it be at the end of the year? I know we just started, we're about to start a new fiscal, so I guess this
Yeah.
year would be inaccurate.
I can't tell you year-to-date, I think the budget's about 25,000 for your overtime.
Okay. And so how much have we used this year?
Those numbers on the top of my head, I can get them to you.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I didn't update
It's
mine.
actually in the monthly reports.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You could see through
Is it
August.
broke down by department?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right, we were already, in June, we were already considerably over the limit.
Right. So I would want to see that compared to what it would cost to hire another part-time, and then look at that.
And I might add too,
Part-time to full-time.
Yeah.
again, I neglected to mention one other thing also. I mean, Jose has submitted a budget every year that I've been over the animal shelter that included additional personnel in a wish list. And there's been one additional position, full-time position granted in that process. That was the adoption coordinator position, which we didn't have before. But this year, he submitted a budget that included a couple of conversions of part-time people or an additional position, and the decision was made before it even got to your consideration to cut that. So there's no blame here of anything, and we're just saying it's a situation that we just feel like it's the best thing to do for right now. We get this online thing going. They can work a little bit harder in the fall over the winter with marketing and getting more animals out of the shelter, and I don't think we'll miss anything.
Also want to add, if you'll recall, 2 years ago, we added a part-time position on a temporary basis because we didn't have the ongoing funding, recognizing the need. So as Lee mentioned, that was when the focus of the council was to adjust salaries so we were market competitive. The good news is this year, although we don't have any new positions in the general fund, we had the capacity to be able to keep that part-time position on an ongoing basis. So, another position was added in the same manner with facilities manager, which was priority of the council. Again, we didn't have the capacity at the time, but we were able to catch it up this year.
So when we do the low cost or free vaccinations, do people have to have their dogs registered, and is it just people in Saginaw, or are we bringing people in from all over the place?
I can answer that one. So when we do low-cost vaccinations at the shelter is open for them to do registration at the time. There is a staff person that walks the line to verify where they come or where they're from, whether it be Saginaw, Blue Mound, Dallas. I've had them come as far as Godley to come out to the vaccination clinic. If we do find out that they are Saginaw resident, at that point in time, we give them the registration paperwork, tell them once they get their current rabies to come see us inside the shelter, and then they're given the option to do that there. Whether they take that option or not, that's a different story. I can't grab them by the arm and lead them inside the building. But we are there to do registrations at that time.
That's good.
All right, other questions on this topic? Yes, ma'am, come on.
In the community, is it possible, don't have to answer this now, but possible to walk the neighborhoods with flyers or something so that the community knows more of what is available at the shelter and the events? Because not everybody goes online to the site. The online visibility that you just had recently, where you had dogs with the community workers, that was awesome. That was really awesome. I really enjoyed that because we could see the personality of the dogs come through, and then also see the community workers too and what was going on. That was really awesome. So if you could do more of those every once in a while, that would be great. Flyers at the stores, something put up at the stores, more visibility of what your hours are, what's going on, registration, things like that, just more visibility. There's a lot of stores. We're going in and out. I'm going shopping all the time, to keep people up that also don't go online. I always notice that when the dogs are found that they're not microchipped, there are no collars, and there are no tags on them. So maybe thinking about working with the pet store in the community that could work with vouchers, maybe an event, a fundraiser that could get vouchers, that they could go to a pet store and they could get a tag or a collar for their dogs. And that maybe that would encourage more people to go and do that for their animals. And that would be really, really helpful. Also, dropping off donations. If you could have an event for donations, letting us know what the donations are. I know you have done that on your site. You have a list of the donations that are needed. But an event where would be a good time to drop them off. Because oftentimes I'll get the donations, but I'm like, oh, what's a good time to, go over there and drop them off at the center.
When we take a look at all those things, there is a possibility that we can set up an additional online donation system as well.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, ma'am.
So the goal here is to have this up and running, people to register 1st of October.
We'll move as fast as we can.
Okay.
We might have it done before that.
So,
Will you let us know what it's up?
Pardon?
Let us know what it's up.
Oh, absolutely.
so what do you, I don't want to sit here and say that, what's your probabilities you're going to meet that date?
I think it's good probability. I think we've been in touch with them at least twice, right? And we've talked to Kim about the logistics of it internally. It just, again, it'll depend on how quickly they can get it set up on their end, and we'll be up and running.
Now, who's they?
Well, Shelter Pro is the software company.
Okay.
And it's the same company. It's when you go to the city website and then to the Animal Services Department, that's what is the front page of that, is a Shelter Pro product.
Can I add something to that? So one thing I did get with the Lean On, I think it was about, 2 weeks ago? So the pet portal that is actually on the city website, when you click through Saginaw TX, you go to Animal Services, it takes you to the pet portal. The way we've been doing our registration reminders, we're sending out postcards. I actually did get with Bill Duncan, and he mentioned that if we switch to do mailers instead of the postcards, there's a quick login reference number on that mailer that we can send out to the citizens. It gives them the access or the ability to register their account online, so where they can go in and update information online. So if their dog was to come up missing, they would be able to file a lost or found pet information right there online through their account. So that program's been in use, I think the program started back in 2007, but we finally got the online version of it within the last 2 or 3 years, but we've been kind of holding off on rolling that out, trying to find a simple way to do it and who would actually take advantage of it and who wouldn't. So a lot of it with the mailers we're going to run into is cost. All those mailers are going to have stamps put on them. So the price for mail outs are going to be higher than a postcard.
It seems like that program would have an automatic calendar, because it almost does that, like say when an animal comes up for thing, it would send like a 30-day notice, a 15-day notice that, hey, you haven't registered your animal this year, to their email. That would save the city money and keep junk out of people's mailboxes.
Well, and a lot of issues we have too are people don't notify us that the animals are deceased or they've moved, and then we find out when we get the return postcard, hey, we're no longer there. So.
All right, thank you, Jose. All right, any other discussion on this? We've had a good discussion. I think we've got some steps going forward. Any other questions, comments? All right, let's go to 3F, update by Quorum Architects on Animal Shelter Needs Assessment. Lee?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Always a pleasure to have Kim Dowdy Hickman here from Quorum Architect. Just a little background refresher, and then we'll start with a little more background here in a second. But Kim council remembers that we did an assessment, which we received in 2023 from a company, architectural company called Animal Arts. That was used as the basis of the last bond committee assessment in setting a cost for a potential animal shelter. When that was tabled, the council wanted us to go back and reevaluate that. So Quorum Architect was hired to take a look at that needs assessment from Animal Arts and reevaluate the needs assessment or verify the Animal Arts needs assessment, and then provide us with a cost estimate, potential floor plans. So that's what Kim's going to present today. Before we get started, I think it's important to remind everybody, in case not everybody has been to the current animal shelter, the current facility that we have, because when there is a lot of contrast between the current work environment and what we could have in a modern design shelter. So Jose found this original architectural floor plan of the current building where the animal shelter is housed. You probably can't read it, the fine print down there on the very bottom, but it notes that the square footage of that facility is almost 3,060 square feet. There are 2 or 3 other outbuildings and a storage compartment that's made out of a shipping crate. If you added up all of that, it would be somewhere around 5,700 square feet total space that they have ability to use. But this is where all the dogs and cats are housed, for the most part, with the exception of some feral animals. So the facility is 20 years old. This architectural design and the construction occurred in 2005 and 2006. The building itself was designed to be a temporary facility. It's lasted now 20 years, and basically there's some things that it's falling apart and it's outdated. I'd like to show you just a little video to remind you what the inside of the building looks like, and Jose can narrate that for you.
So at the beginning of the video, this is our actual lobby area. Can you kind of slow it down a little bit? So once you come in through the front door, the lobby area, you saw where we have items against the wall, where our contribution wall is. Those items are for people that are doing adoptions. They're able to take like leashes, collars, toys, stuff like that. When we do get substantial amounts of donation for food and stuff, sometimes they do get a little doggy bag going out the door with food in it if they need a starter pack till they can get to the actual store to get that stuff. Once you clear this room, the room back directly to the back where the big black barrel's at, that's where our file room is and where our mechanical room is. So our AC unit and our file cabinets are kept right there in that room itself, and that leads out to the actual walkway. This is the animal control officer's office. Obviously, we don't have enough room for storage. If you look to the left of the screen, where the printer's at, that's our IT room. So that's where our servers kept, our security cameras, DVR and everything for security cameras are kept in the ACO office. 2 animal control officers are actually housed in that office. If you see the black purlings or the black markings on the wall, those channels, when it's actually 100-something degrees outside, will burn you if you lean up against them. That also adds a lot more heat into that office. The desk you're looking at closest to the wall was actually my desk for the first 10 years we were in that building, if not longer. So I can attest that the temperature in that office in the heat in the summer actually gets pretty hot. You can go ahead. Once again, that's the storage room. Water heater is in there, AC unit is in there, and that's where we also keep our files for record retention until it's time to send them up to City Hall. Cat adoption room. In that room, the way the ceiling is constructed, there is a gap between the walls, so if the cats get out of the kennels, they're able to jump up on top of the cat cages, get up in the ceiling, and now you've got a cat running around in the ceiling. That's actually happened numerous times. Cat storage is also in there. So we have cat food, cat litters in there. And then if you look at the very top of the kennels, all the extra cat food that we keep in there so we're not having to run to food storage is lined up on top of the kennels. We currently have the two-tier banks right there where the housing is on the left-hand side, litter boxes on the right, so the cats are not actually sleeping in their litter boxes, even though some still do that. Those are some kittens that were actually brought in from the feral program. They were tamed down enough to where we could actually put them up for adoption, so they were moved from the TNVR room up to cat adoption. As you can see, cat kennels or pet taxis up on top of the kennels. More storage. Filing cabinet has litter boxes in it and cat bowls, some cat food, so that way we're not having to go all the way back to the back shelter to get stuff. Once they're cleaned and done, they're brought up to the front and stored in that file cabinet right there. The comment was made about donation drives. We do get a lot of schools in the district that will do fundraisers for like Gold Star members and stuff. They'll do, like elementary schools, they'll actually do fundraisers where they collect, and then whichever grade wins, they get like a pizza party or whatever. So we do get a lot of donations from them and the public. That's a food tray up in dog adoption, and also on the bottom half is where some of the chemicals are kept. Not all the chemicals are kept there. As you can see, these are the dog kennels. Recently, we did have a dog named Taz rip a hole in one of those walls, so we're having to get a new wall ordered, preferably after the first of the budget year, so we've got the money to do that. So right now, we're just temporarily fixing it with a piece of aluminum. The white flooring that you're seeing there, the shelter manager before me removed those middle kennels and put two-tier kennels in there. The problem with that is there was not adequate drainage in there, so when the dog would urinate in the top kennel, it would come down the front. As soon as I took over as interim, I spoke with the department head at the time and asked that we go back to these type of kennels. So there's actually a kennel with a guillotine door so the dog can go on one side where his food and water's at, and then he can use the restroom on the other side. That's the AC unit in the dog adoption area. That was just recently redone. Those are exhaust fans that we use to help dry out the shelter a lot quicker. It's one of our community service workers cleaning kennels. There's currently 23 dog kennels up in the front adoption area.
So how long does it take you to clean per kennel?
I haven't personally timed that. We can time it and get that back to you. So that's under our, well, what we call our portico, which is actually our Sally Port area. That's between the dog adoption area and cat quarantine, or sorry, dog quarantine. That's our medical room and / poodle parlor. So at the 72-hour mark, all dogs are vaccinated for their standard vaccinations except for rabies. Prior to adoption, we do microchipping and heartworm testing, and that's where we do it at in that room. That's the dish room in the quarantine area. That was the original cat room. It was converted into the dish area, so we had a bigger area instead of just the laundry room that we use right now. There's more storage plus the AC unit for the back shelter. Exercise yards, we currently have 3 exercise yards. And can you stop on that? So I don't know if anybody's aware of it, but animal control trucks are very hard to back up, especially when they don't have backup cameras, because you can only use your 2 side mirrors. One of our rookie ACOs, back when they first started here, was trying to back up one of the animal control trucks and actually hit the back end of the shelter. They notified us and said it was actually a trash truck, and after myself and Randy got out there investigating, we found out that they'd actually backed into it with the ACO truck. The damage that you see on the bottom of the wall, that's from the water and chemicals that we use coming underneath that. That's just a concrete backing with styrofoam in the middle. I actually went back and found pictures of the shelter being constructed, and I think that damage along the bottom of the wall has been there since 2012. If you look to the right of the cone, you'll see where it's tan and then it goes down into gray. They hired a company to come in and try to fix that. So they cut a hole in the wall, replaced it with styrofoam, then put some concrete backing back over it, and now it's starting to fall off. But that's the whole length of the back wall of that shelter is like that.
You mentioned the metal with the heat. Is that pretty much throughout the whole building with these metal supports?
Yes, sir. That's dog quarantine outside the AC unit. That's storage for our traps and kennels that we can't fit inside the actual storage buildings. Those are the dumpsters, the left one's for trash, the right one's for carcasses. It's another storage building that we use for cages. And then that's going to be the cat quarantine / TNVR / EU room. So we multi-purpose that building. Cat kennels on the inside, storage for euthanasia supplies like needles and syringes and stuff.
There was a bird.
Yep, that was a pigeon that called in as a chicken. So we had a citizen call in and said they had a chicken in their garage and it wouldn't get out. So when the ACO went over there, they found out it was a pigeon. If you look at the flooring, that's just tile right there. If you walk in there, the grout that they use or the glue that they use over the years wears out. So if you move something in that room, it pulls the tile up. So we're constantly having to replace the tile in there. That's underneath the cat quarantine building. The only plumbing fixture that they have in there, the sink actually drains down onto the ground outside. And then that big storage building on the right is our food storage. So one thing about the new facility that I'm impressed with, if we do go that route, is the amount of storage we have. Not only that, the food storage would be on the inside of the building instead of the outside, so we could probably control the rodents a lot better out. So,
Thank you, Jose.
Yep.
And I appreciate the video. I encourage folks to go view and visit our animal shelter if you've not been there, especially folks that think we don't need one. Please go and visit it. It is a sight to see, and they do great work with a very just not up to standard building. So Kim, welcome.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for having us back. We want to start tonight to kind of elaborate a little bit more on what Jose has started to
Will you
tell me
introduce
about.
yourself real
Oh,
quick?
I'm sorry. I'm Kim Dowdy Hickman with Quorum Architects. So I am one of the principals in charge as well as the director of animal care design within our firm. So a few things that I want to talk to you today about is just elaborating on what Jose has already started, some of the deficiencies of your existing animal shelter. Then what is it, or what does make a modern day animal shelter? What does it truly look like? And then we're going to talk about staffs, the program needs that we talked about. We met and went through those in more detail from previous meetings that they had with Animal Arts with Heather Lewis. Conceptual design, we've also started looking at that too for site plans, floor plans, as well as what your facility could look like. And in the end, we look at some cost evaluations that we want to go over with you on this facility as well as other facilities that we have been asked about. So we're going to do some comparisons for you. So talking about some of the deficiencies, a lot of it was not enough spaces for dogs and cats, as well as how those animals are housed, as well as the separation of the animals. Right now, it's very inefficient, the flow of the facility, having to go indoor, outdoor. You know, you've got multiple buildings that you're having to work under. Putting everything under one roof is more efficient for staff, for durability, or for just the overall operation of the facility. Oops. Other one is just the lack of storage, as Jose mentioned. They're putting stuff just wherever they can find a space, indoor, outdoor, they're dealing with rodents, all of that. Admin spaces, there's not enough office space. The public spaces, anything they're doing for meet and greet spaces, they're doing it in the floor in the lobby areas. They have nowhere to go for that. Break room, staff does not even have a place to go to have their lunch. They eat at their desk. So they don't have an area to go to get away from the animals, to get away from the public, just to have some downtime. The overall building, the equipment, as Jose mentioned, is deteriorating. This type of building was bought many years ago from another company just to put them out of business because it is a hound's quarters, so it was designed for a temporary style building for animal shelters. You will no longer see these on the market. Again, safety is another overall concern for staff, for the animals, and then also for the visitors, because they're coming and going, they're able to interact with the animals directly in their cages. Just the option, or the animals could be biting or scratching, any publics that are coming in and reaching through those cages. So we'll show you in a little bit options to separate the public from those spaces. Again, there's no public spaces. We mentioned no meet and greet spaces. And then staff retention is some of the challenges as well in filling those positions with this type of facility. So building a new facility is going to be more welcoming to be able to bring those public in and everything, and then keep your staff longer, as well as bring in volunteers. So what does a modern day animal shelter look like? I'm going to walk you through quite a few facilities that we have designed all over Texas. You're going to see some common themes within some of these. It's going to be they're attractive. They're very inviting to the public. When you come up to these facilities, you know it's an animal shelter, an adoption facility, just by the overall appearance on it. It's not just the signage. So you're going to see interaction with those play yards. You're going to see just the overall graphics, the fun, whimsicalness, looks of these on here. So you'll see some areas for adoption events. You'll see more play yards throughout. And the other is more welcoming spaces. You're going to see, again, adoption events, areas that they can come in and do those selfies areas. You're going to see a lot of transparencies within these spaces. The lobbies are going to be more space in there so the public can come in and interact within these. You'll see separate entrances to help on the efficiency of this and operation. You'll have adoption on one side at one entry, and then you'll have drop-offs for owner surrender or pickup on that, just to be able to keep the healthy animals on one side and possibly the sick animals on the other, or, whether there's options of, you've got the happy side and the sad side, so a lot of those you don't want to interact. Others are meet and greet spaces. Some of these up here, you'll see outdoor spaces as well as indoor spaces. Some of these that we talked earlier about on the roadway is bringing in the turf. So that is easier for maintenance as well as the overall health of the animals for staff to be able to clean and disinfect these, where you cannot do that easily with the sod. If we had that in there, you would have to dig stuff like that out, all the disease out of the sod. But then the fencing, ornamental iron is more attractive, or even with the chain link, using coyote rollers on those. It's a safety for the animals, to be able to keep the animals in from jumping out and climbing out of those spaces. The conceptual designs of this, we're looking at what other types of rooms can we have? How do we get the public to come into these rooms? So options of having multi-purpose rooms, training rooms, community rooms here. Up here, you'll see some photos of staff training, of the ACOs doing their CEU trainings. You'll see a lot of field trips up here, even cat yoga. You'll see just so many different options to where they're actually bringing in multiple events. Behavioral training, feral cat education within some of these spaces, even CPR training. You'll see all of these that you're seeing images are truly happening at the City of Grapevine. So they know how to use these rooms, bringing in the public, bringing in the kids, educate them at an early age within these spaces. Dog housing, keeping the animals completely separate, using smaller rooms. That way you can shut a room down quickly if there is an outbreak. So separation of adoption from strays, the isolation from quarantine. But every single one of these rooms are designed the same way with separation of air. So you have the healthy animals, the circulation of the air to keep the animals healthier. But if there was a outbreak, you can shut those rooms down, but then you can interchange those rooms. So let's just say you have clear the shelter, you have a full house of adoption, everything can be switched to adoptable. Next day, if there is more strays coming in, let's just say a hoarding case or anything else, we can use some of those adoptable rooms for those stray hold rooms. It's all about finishes, durability, what's easy to clean. Up here, you'll see glazed CMU, epoxy floors, transparency through the windows, just bringing in natural daylighting on here. Stainless steel kennels. Everything in these facilities are designed to take you out 30 to 40 years. Minimal maintenance on these. Again, these are just more options of some of your dog runs. There's so many different options on kennels, food bowls, stuff like that. We could go on and on for hours, but we'll keep it very high level for today. Cat rooms, visibility from the public to look outside in, and then have those cats come into a meet and greet space, much like the dog spaces. Here, the one on the left, you're looking into a cat playroom. It's free roaming cats within those rooms. The center ones are cat cages with the suites, similar to what they have right now. They have the portals. You have the litter compartment with the living compartment with shelves that they can climb on. So oftentimes your kennels are just side to side. These are also designed to have the cats where they can go up and down. And they're all mobile cages, so you can take them out of the rooms, take them to the Sally Port, and disinfect as well. The other options is having cat playrooms. You'll be able to get those cats up off the floors with cleaning or climbing portals, climbing boxes and shelves within those rooms to be able to play, keeping the floor clean, and they're all able to be cleaned and disinfected very easily.
We're gonna leave the hole so you can run around the attic, right?
None of our facilities will be designed with lay-in ceiling. They will be all hard ceilings, so the cats cannot get up in the attic. So I just toured one the other day, had lay-in ceiling, one that we did not design, and it's like, all I can see is problems. Other spaces are your medical spaces. You're gonna have them for just your standard medical evaluation rooms. A lot of cities are now designing in spay-neuter clinics. Those are options to where you can contract a vet or just have one on staff. So there are multiple different sizes that you can do. A lot of these are from the city of Grapevine as well as Pearland, to where you do have a pre-op room, you have surgery, and then you have recovery. So it's all stainless steel equipment, shelving, stuff like that. There is more cost-effective ways that we always look for using laminate but with solid surface countertops. So we're always seeing what is best for the taxpayers' dollars within these rooms. Again, what Jose mentioned, number one thing that's short of all shelters is storage. So dry food storage, bringing it inside, having it climate controlled so it is not having issues with rodents. Additional in your Sally Port using for their cages, their overflow cages, traps, the cat carriers within those spaces. Your workrooms to have the proper areas for food prep, your 3-comp sink, and your additional storage within those spaces. Commercial grade washer and dryer. Those things get put through the ringer day in and day out. So oftentimes you see just residential grades. They often don't even last a year within the facilities. So it is a great investment to look at commercial grade washer and dryer within these spaces. And then a grooming space. It can be done within a workroom or separate area because that's oftentimes areas that volunteers do really well with. So just having those in there so when the animals do come in, they're getting clean and fresh to go out for adoption. And then the Sally Port is an area for the ACOs to be able to come in, close those doors, and safely offload those animals into the facility. You have additional room in there for storage. You have room in there for your freezers, whether it's a chest-style freezer or a walk-in freezer. So a lot of facilities of this size are going with a walk-in freezer. Other items within that Sally Port is bringing in natural daylighting for the safety of staff as well as the animals. So the next ACO wanting to come in, they don't open those doors to where an animal could possibly escape. Specialty equipment, again, is natural day lighting. Bringing in natural day lighting into every cat room is so important. It is important for their circadian rhythm, for the health of the animal. We have just seen a huge improvement within that every time we put those in. And those can be done either through the windows or through a Solitube, which is like a skylight within those rooms. Other one is the integral washdown systems, to be able to put the washdown systems through the drains in the back of the kennels. Sound control. We know how loud these kennels get. Designing in smaller rooms often helps, but also putting in sound control, sound panels that we use, sound bat insulation in the walls as well as the ceiling, and then just being on top of the overall construction of that general contractor, that they're not missing any of these items is very, very important. The plumbing, what we talked about is a washdown system. A lot of the ones that we do are a trench drain in the back of the kennels with integral washdown, a nozzle at one end and a drain at the opposite end. There is a hose reel that we put in there too, getting, again, everything up off the floor to keep things clean. The most important thing within an animal shelter is the HVAC. The importance of having 100% outside air exchange for the dogs is so important. It is a state guideline that is state recommendation to have 10 to 12 air exchanges per hour for every dog, and then 16 to 20 air exchanges per hour for cats. It's going to help your humidity levels within here. We know with all the moisture and everything else in here, it does get to be a very high humidity within these spaces. And a lot of cities are designing now with a generator that you do, because this, like Jose said, this is a 24/7 facility. You do have animals in there that is going to need to have that climate-controlled space.
I got a question on the plumbing. So I know when we talked a couple weeks ago, looked at this, we had a question on the plumbing coming out. It had a holding tank, and we said that it would have to be pumped with a pump truck about every 6 weeks.
That's on average. A lot of times the city will be able to.
I don't remember if it was Lee or I don't remember if it was you, but somebody was supposed to give a Public Works and come up with some options, because one of them is, I'm a fisherman, so I know that they got those grinders that will grind stuff up and shoot it right on down. Whether the cost would be better to put one of those in versus pump versus just let it go into the system, because some places do. And I remember the action item was to get with the Director of Public Works and go over these three options. Did we do that? Anybody talk to you about that? Okay. So can we take an action item, talk to our Public Works guy? I remember that was the three options. We wanted to discuss that because I thought they're going to be the ones that have to clean that out every 6 weeks, so they should have a say-so in it.
Yeah. A lot of times it depends on the operation of those with the solids interceptor.
Yeah.
Whether staff, it's all about operations. Do they scoop before they wash down, or does everything just go down? So oftentimes the solids interceptors are there to pick up items like, was it a toy that was in there that got washed down by mistake, collars or anything else. So just to be able to pick those up and pull those out before they actually go into the city main, the sanitary.
Yeah, I remember that. We said it could be a collar or something like that.
Absolutely. Okay. So we met with staff to go over their needs, to see what has changed since they met with Animal Arts. In reality, it's still the same, but just some areas that we want to touch on is the efficiency. Like we mentioned before, the separation of the adoptable from the drop-off areas, the importance of the overall efficiency of the flow of the facility, how the public flows through it versus how the staff, how the animals flow through the facility. If they were to come in from Sallyport and you have a sick animal there, let's go ahead and be able to get them straight into an isolation instead of tracking them out where the public is in those spaces. Again, operation. We have facilities that have gone from 4,000 square feet, similar to what you have, all the way up to 10,000 plus square feet. They get the cleaning done in half the amount of time because of the efficiency of this layout. It's not just the layout, but it's the equipment and everything else, materials that we are specifying. The safety of the animals is very important, as well as staff and the visitors. So separating the animals, keeping the public out. We'll show you in just a few minutes about having the public out in the walk space and the cats like in their cages back behind glass, almost giving them a retail effect. So that way they're not touching every single cat. They're not spreading disease. They're not being scratched. when they're touching every single one. Improved spaces are, just again, proper housing for the animals. You'll see in a few minutes where we separate the cats from the dogs, and again, smaller spaces from the adoptables to the strays to the isolation and quarantine within those spaces. Staff and volunteer workspaces is improved, is what they needed to for food prep, laundry, grooming, and then the medical evaluation. Sallyport was another big request from staff to be able to have that, an enclosed Sallyport. And again, storage, storage, storage. Every type of storage is a shortage here. Administration spaces, the reception area, adoption counseling type spaces, office and break rooms, just to make sure that we had all of these included. Again, the multi-use training room, community room, all of those can be included. You'll see that we're gonna talk about multi-use often because every room is designed to be able to flip to depending on what's going on at the facility at the moment. And again, the public spaces, how the public is viewing those animals and then the interaction of those to have more cat playrooms, meet and greet spaces, as well as outdoor play yards within here.
So is this list here, is this in a particular order, or is this just all of them?
This is just all their needs.
Okay, so do we have a list of a specific order of importance here?
Really, everything on here is of importance, but I don't think there's one over the other. I'll let Jose can speak more to that.
I mean, everything on there right now, we're lacking in our shelter currently, so.
Right.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you had mentioned the other day about doing training at the new library. I'm sure the librarians don't want us in there with 30 dogs doing obedience training classes in the training room.
Right, and I understand that, but we talked about like the CUs, I mean, that's, how often is that?
So we have to have 30 hours of continuing education. We have 3 years to build that up. So
Right.
depending on, So depending on time and staffing, I have an ACO that's actually going out next month to Round Rock. She'll be gone for a week for training. If we could have brought that training class to us, instead of having to pay for them to go out to Round Rock, we'd have to pay travel, mileage, food, hotel room, on top of the class itself.
Right.
So
they would just come to us then?
we could do it to where if we had a training room in the shelter, we could actually host classes at our facility, and we would get discounts on those classes.
So how often would we host?
So there's currently a gentleman that does training at least every month in Arlington for animal control. He's a North Richland Hills Animal Services Manager, and we could work with him to try to get some of those out there at our facility. Obviously, we're not going to be able to do them every month, but if they're closer, we'll get a lot more cities to actually come local than we would have to drive down to Round Rock. The furthest I've sent one was Beeville.
Right. So why are we going to Round Rock instead of Arlington?
That class is not offered in Arlington.
Okay.
It's offered in Round Rock.
Right. So would there be a guarantee that if we built this space that it would be used? It sounds like no.
If that training room is built, it will get used. If it's not for CEUs, we can do our meetings there with our volunteers. I'm actually looking at possibly bringing back in-person orientation versus through email. That way we know they're actually paying attention to what we're sending them in an email. Obedience classes, dog training classes. I've even asked about possibly starting a responsible pet ownership class. So if you get a citation, then you have the option to either take that class or go that route with the court. That's actually been in place. I just haven't had the time to get it into effect.
Right.
So still in the research portion of it.
Right. And so we had also talked about efficiency with staff. Are we expecting that we would be able to do this because of the increase in efficiency with the existing staff that we have? Or are we looking at additional staffing costs?
So ultimately, we're going to need more staff anyways. We can use more staff right now.
Right.
And my request would be to convert the part-times to full-time. They're easier to schedule full-time than they are part-time because they can't work more than 29 hours. But if everything's in one place, you wouldn't have to go to multiple buildings to get tools and supplies to come back just to do your job.
So, talking about time, I mean, I remember, this is leading back to the question I asked you earlier, how long it took you to clean the cages. I thought somewhere in this presentation, or I documentation to me that the new kennel set design was significantly more efficient to clean, and it took a lot less time to clean them. So it was going to, I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, that we said we could run this kennel the same size it is with the same resources we currently have.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Okay.
I just want to make sure my thinking was right.
Yeah, you know, I think it remains to be seen exactly how much time we can save, and I know Kim has some estimate figure on that, and I think if you want to discuss how the difference between our current shelter and what a modern facility in terms of cleaning time would be.
Well, from what we've been told, it's cutting your time in half from what we've seen going from one facility to another. So much like this. So City of Carrollton, when they built their new facility, they said they were able to do it with the same staff. It was not the size facility. This one is going to be larger. The needs are larger here. So we would anticipate needing more staff to run other spaces.
So what was the other city that cut their time in half?
All the cities that we have worked with.
All the cities.
Yes, all the cities can say they have cut their time basically in half. City of Carrollton was the main ones, first ones that have brought it to our attention, that they were very proud of that, to be able to do that.
So looking at the needs assessment and compared to other cities, how does Saginaw compare as far as the need for the number of animals compared to per capita versus these other cities?
So if you're comparing it to population,
Right.
that's always challenging because of, you look at different hold times and stuff like that, operation times. So that is a very challenging one that we do from apples to apples. So I'll show you in just a few minutes. I've got a few others when we're looking at cost on here to show some population on here, because I'm showing Saginaw, Mansfield, Baytown, and then Garland. Granted, they've got a significant amount more population within these spaces, but very similar type of intake if you look at some of those, and then turnaround time on some of these. So we'll look at them in a little bit more detail in just a few minutes. So these were some of the kennels that we were talking about. Again, it's all about materials. It's all about the equipment, washdown systems for staff that's going to help improve upon those. I'll get back to, so next item was conceptual design. So we were given a site here off of between Jarvis and Defile on here to look at, just on the corner, on the east side of that property. The city is looking at a piece. So right now, it is currently housed just for parking of semis within that, a lot of concrete within there, and it does have your existing storm drain that's going through one side of that, with a little bit of the property on both sides. So we have located the site in the upper right-hand corner. We've got a roadway that's connecting Jarvis to Defile within this area. We do have the public will be coming in on the north side of the property. We do have public parking. We do have a fire lane that's going around the full perimeter of the site on here. Off to the left, we have animal control. So it's going to be a secured area. It's going to be fence enclosed for the Sally Port, as well as for staff parking for your ACO trucks. So everything will be protected during as well as after business hours. Everything in green around the site you see those are going to be play yards. Those are going to be areas for meet and greet spaces, exercise yards for behavioral assessments for the animals, for the dogs within those spaces. You'll see the blue shade structures throughout because we do have turf everywhere. So that turf does get extremely hot, so we want to be able to give it that shaded area within those. The public will be coming again, and the entrance will be in the upper northeast corner of the building. The brown area you see up there, that's going to be an entry plaza. So it's spaces that you could do adoption events. You can use the play yards for adoption events. And we have a separate entrance just to the left of that for the drop-off space. So you'll see this area is going to be much more inviting. It's going to have additional landscaping throughout. We're adding trees to the area. There's not much over there in that area right now, but a heavy industrial area. So this will be starting to soften the landscape within this. There is a sidewalk there that, over the future, it can be connecting to other sites within here. Where we mentioned the storm drain, there is an option to add some play yards on both sides, even a dog park, or you'll need a bridge across just to be able to maintain that property. That's currently not going to be in this budget that you'll see, but that's something that the city could do in the future. But that would give areas that volunteers and staff could go walk the dogs, and I will show you an option that area could be dressed up as well and possibly use that as a dog park or something like that for this side of town in the future. Overall floor plans, we're looking at about 15,000 square feet, a little over that. In here, what you're going to see is, again, the separate entrances. You're coming in there in the lower right-hand corner into a lobby space. And within that lobby space, you've got your reception area. You've got all your cat viewing areas. You're going to have the meet and greet spaces. You're going to see cat playing in those cat playrooms, the free roaming cat rooms. And then the lower portion of that building where you see more of the light green color, the smaller rooms, those are all your cat rooms. That's where we're going to have your adoptable, your stray hold. We have an exotic room that could be multi-purpose when they need it for more cats. We have multiple isolation rooms because you will have your ringworm control as well as a room for a URI for your cats. And then there's also a feral cat room and then a quarantine room within those spaces. As you go on down that corridor, that's where all your dog kennels are going to be. We're separating the dogs from the cats, so it's going to be a quieter zone up front in the building where the dogs are a little bit louder in the back. We're going to have a lot of sound control within there, a door that's going to be separating that as well. But you'll see we have smaller rooms. Every kennel only has every room only has 5 kennels in there. Again, that's for multi-use. It's for disease control. We can shut it down if need be within those rooms if there ever was an outbreak like canine influenza or anything else. But the overall design of this facility with the proper HVAC, all of that should be reduced within these spaces. Every kennel you see is going to have indoor-outdoor run within here. They will have guillotine doors to be able to close them off at night, but during the daytime there is a secondary door on there so that you don't have that HVAC loss within those rooms. So those doors will open and close as the dog's coming and going within those rooms. On the north side there for the dog kennels, that's going to be more of your strays, your quarantine, and your isolation for all the back of house areas. In the lower right, don't really have a pointer on here, is behind the cat adoption room is going to be your multi-use room, your training community room within there. Thank you. So back behind that area will be restrooms. We have separate restrooms for the public versus staff within those. And then we have, again, more storage. So we've got a litter storage for the cats on the south side, so they are right adjacent to it, again, for efficiencies for staff. So they're not having to go all the way to the back of house to be able to get that storage, everything from that storage space. Directly on the other side of that, we do have a grooming room within there. We do have a workroom directly to the north of that. Within that workroom, we're having double sets of washer and dryers because it will be a continual washing of linens and everything else, blankets for the cats and the dogs within here. We have a commercial grade 3-comp sink for dishes. There is a dishwasher in here too with a 90-second wash cycle. So again, staff is going to be able to process everything through here faster as well as volunteers. And again, storage. So we're having a lot more storage within those rooms, that meeting room, and then or not the meeting room, but the workroom. To the right of that workroom is a dry food storage. So both ends will have access to it, and it's directly off of the Sally Port, so it's easy access to be able to offload food within those spaces. Everything up in the front part of the facility is going to be next to your reception area. We'll have multiple offices. We'll have an animal control office here, which is close to your back of house, so the ACOs can come and go and just designed to be touchdown stations for them. We do have a break room. The break room does have an outdoor patio area too, to where they can come and go during the day, just to be able to decompress within here. And also we do have a private room that can be also used to decompress because we do know these ACOs do have a rough job. It's very stressful, some of the tasks that they have to do day in and day out, but also it can be used as a mother's room, a lactation type room, again, or if staff needs to be here overnight, the area in there too has an area that they could sleep overnight to be able to be here with the animals. Other spaces within here is our medical room. If you want to kind of zoom up to the top, we do have a medical room with a freezer. Those are used for, whether they need to euthanize or to just medical evaluation when animals come in, or if a vet were to come on staff, that could be used for that type of room. And then the Sally Port is directly north of there. You'll see a drive-through Sally Port. And then we have an intake room just directly off of there that they can come directly into the building. Okay. So overall looks of the building, we don't want to design the Taj Mahal of animal shelters here. We want to design, because of the location, something that's going to tie in but still really stand out and be welcoming to the citizens so they know where your facility is. So for cost effective, to being good stewards of taxpayers' dollars, we're looking at possibly a pre-engineered metal building with a simple roof structure that's going to span over the entire structure. So even your outdoor runs in the center are going to be completely covered. We could have large fans within those areas for air circulation, but basically it's a year-round outdoor play yard for those dogs, outdoor living areas for those dogs. Public can go out there even on rainy days and cold days to see those animals, because it's going to be more conditioned type spaces. Off to the left there, along a defile side, you'll see more play yards with those canopies within there. And again, it's just an inviting site where we're bringing in more landscaping and everything within here. And the far back side of that is the area that we talked about, maybe in the future, could be a future dog park or additional play yards, area for staff to be able to walk the animals. This is just, again, these are all very conceptual. We haven't had a whole lot of discussion about the looks of the building, but this is just bringing the public in to a very inviting entry plaza area here to a double volume entry. That's going to be your main entry right there, with the drop off completely on the opposite side that will be with wayfinding for that. And then off to the side, you'll see again interaction as soon as you pull up through those play yards. Through an ornamental iron fence, it's going to be very visible to the public, either on defile as well as in the parking. We talked about that space across the storm. This is something that we could do over there, adding in more trees, areas, whether it's fence enclosed or just areas to walk animals, just to be able to keep that maintained and looking nice within there, that this could be an option. The important things right here. How much is this going to cost? We know animal shelters are not like an office building. It's not City Hall, or it's not even your fire station. They're actually a step higher to the overall quality of these materials. It's almost next to the level of gels, just because of the durability, cleanability, and everything else up here. To get the proper HVAC in here, that is a step up on these type of facilities to be able to have for all of the animal spaces within here. We can use standard split system for people spaces, but for the animal spaces, we do need to make sure we are getting that 100% outside air in here. Sound control is another added cost to these projects, again, because there are multiple levels that we need to, layers within this we need to do. The plumbing, the washdown system, that's an additional cost that you see what is a driver up here, and then the finishes to make sure that they are impervious, that they are durable, they are able to withstand the years of abuse, the chemicals that are being used here. These animals that are coming in here are not animals that have been in somebody's homes that are trained. They're very aggressive with some of these finishes. They dig out, whether it's the caulk or anything else around those kennels, they're going to pull those out. So again, it's just designing for durability so we don't have years of maintenance, constant maintenance within these facilities. And then again, just designing the appropriate spaces for public interaction, all the meet and greet spaces, the play yards and everything else. And then designing just for day-to-day functions of the facility. That does add additional cost within here. So what we're looking at for $2025, we're looking at 15,500 square feet. For construction costs for 2025, we're looking at $14.5 million. Again, these are estimated based off of typical construction historic costs of animal shelters. We'll show a few others in a few minutes that have been questioned. Within this, again, it's $25. We know this facility is not going to be built in 26, probably closer to 27 if it is approved and everything moves through quickly. It is, we average 6% a year for escalation cost. So that's where we get from the $25 to 26 to 27. So projecting out for 2027, we're looking at $16 million or $16.3 million of construction cost. The land is not included within this cost. The soft cost is not included in there, so we anticipate another little over $2 million for that soft cost. All that is going to include the professional services of the architects, the engineers on here, your geotechs, your construction material testing, your IT, things like that. As well as we also do have a hefty contingency in here as well, owner's contingency. Typically, it's 10 to 15% goes in this one as well.
So in order to get the total cost, I got to take the 16.3 plus the 2.3?
That's correct. So we're looking at about 18.6 total in 2027.
And that square footage is based off of our,
Off of the needs,
of the population and everything?
yes. Using, we have a 80, I believe we were at 86 dogs within here total. Actually, 68 dogs, 75 cats
Right.
for this facility.
I'm just kind of curious, because on the Baytown one, their population's 84,000 something, and they only have 14,000 square feet, so I was kind of confused. We only have 24,000 people in our city.
So we switched to Baytown. Again, they are at 14,000 square feet. The difference between these two is how the animals were laid out, the animal spaces. There, the dogs, the public went into theirs. They chose to cut the square footage within that. So the public is going into every kennel. They're having larger kennels in those days. In 2019, we were designing larger rooms. We have, through COVID, through the canine influenza outbreak, we're having better results designing smaller rooms. You're going to need more circulation space within those spaces. So that's where that additional square footage came from within that square footage. So you have very sentimental size animals within these spaces, but it's just that circulation and how you truly want to operate these facilities. If the public does go into those spaces, it will save some square footage that we can do. But again, it's up to council, it's up to staff of what truly works for your needs. So we've designed them both ways. We just see better results, the public to be able to come in and to look at from a viewing room or from the viewing corridor, that they're staying there longer, and the adoption rates seem to be going up when they're able to stay in, and they're not going in the noise and the smells within those spaces. Because oftentimes they go in, it's loud, they're not staying long. They're pretty much just looking and moving on. So with Baytown, that was designed at $7 million, but that was bid in 2019. All the way up until 2022, through COVID, we were seeing about a 10% a year escalation cost. And then at that point, we started dropping down closer to 6%. Even with the tariffs coming out, there's still a lot of unknowns. We're not seeing them all implemented just yet, but contractors are still anticipating about a 6% a year escalation cost. So if we looked at Baytown, if it was built in 2017, we're looking at closer to almost a $13 million construction cost within that facility. So that's where it has gone up from $7 million to almost 13.
But that's
that
their,
quickly.
sorry, that's their total all-in cost, right?
That's construction.
It's not soft.
Just construction.
That's correct. So, and then their capacity too is almost dead on with where Saginaw is right now. I know you talk about population differences there, but it's all about how the facilities function within these areas. That's where we see the difference. It's about intake, how many animals are coming in and how long they're staying there, and then how they're going out. So it's just all through calculations that are done, and that's what we see. And it's much like what Animal Arts did for Saginaw in 2022, 23.
So you're saying their input of the animals, both cats and dogs, is about equal to us, even though they got more population?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Another one that was questioned was Mansfield. They're under construction right now. Night and day difference type facility. And Mansfield is going to be more of the Taj Mahal type facility, just due to the size of it, due to the style of it. It is a little bit more modern type facility, more interior. You'll see mobiles kind of through a lot of artwork. You'll see much more, many more meet and greet spaces than what we have, so more public type spaces throughout. They're at 25,000 square feet and they're at 25 million, but that was a construction type that they decided to go with, a crawl space. So again, it was questioned, so we wanted to kind of show you so you could see apples to apples and hear a little bit of the difference on here. Overall design, the actual kennel type spaces are very similar, but it's all the additional type features that they wanted. They're building this side by side with their public works right now for a service center, so they're able to save a little bit on general conditions with the general contractors, a little bit of site work, but overall the cost of square foot is almost at $1,000 a square foot for this facility. So where the others are setting right now closer to $700 to $800 a square foot with some cost savings with some of these spaces and type of structures that we use. Another one that was questioned was Garland. They just opened up a couple years ago. That one was bid in 21, sorry. I still have that under for Mansfield on here. So yes, 2021, it is about 25,000 square feet. It was bid in 2021 at $12 million. If we project that out to 2027 dollars, we're setting at a little over 17 million for that one for a construction cost within that. They've got 144 dogs, or 144 cats and 224 dogs within their facility. There's a lot of unknowns because what you see is research that we get online. Most of these kennels, most of these facilities, you see where the kennels are not included in your construction cost. Oftentimes, some cities will elect to pull those and put them in FF&E. So that moves over to your soft cost. So it's just putting it, which pot of funds is it going into? So we always say don't be fooled by what you see online construction costs, because oftentimes it's things like that you can take almost $500,000 or more in kennels and cages and all the other equipment out to another fund. So just keep that in mind. And that's really it. So I'm here for any questions.
Other
Comments,
questions for Kim?
concerns?
Yeah, so you had mentioned the 700 to 850 per square foot. Based on the numbers here, the 14.5 million for 15.5 comes out to 935.
Hang on, let me back up.
Just for construction costs.
Right, for the 14.5.
Right.
Right, for today's dollar. I think we were sitting right at 9 for this one. So there are different areas that we can look at for cost savings, materials and stuff like that. But overall, talked with contractors. I had them vet these numbers before I came in here today. And this is a current cost of where we're looking at right now. So, go ahead.
Yes, I was struck by your comment when you were asked earlier how to prioritize these items, and I totally agree. There's no prioritization. They're all necessary. And this is why animal shelters are so expensive, because these are all necessary items that have to be included if you want to do it right.
Right.
And let it last for 30-plus years, and have those animals be calm and more likely to be adopted. And, you know, you'll have more adoptions because people will come in and they will be impressed by, you know, how happy these animals are, and they'll be more likely to adopt them.
Absolutely.
And I had to leave the room for just a second, so I may have missed this, but there's two schools of thought on how cities should proceed as far as the cost. Should the city tell the architect firm, here's how much we're going to spend? Or should the city put their hands in the professionalism and expertise of the architect firm that specializes in animal shelters, and as you know, as you have done, you give us the dollar amount. Can you discuss that a little bit?
We've done it both ways. We've gone into where other cities have gone out for the bond. We've gone in for the design, and we've been given a number. Oftentimes, the numbers are not effective with the type of design that they have requested, so they are coming in and doing a value engineering of the design. So they are jeopardizing the overall quality of the building. There is a nearby facility, I think much of you know it, it's a North Campus, to where that just has been open just for a couple years. So that was another one that they had to come in and value engineer. So when you come in and value engineer, you're coming in with lesser quality of products. So you're coming in with products that may not take you out those 20 years, 30 years down the road. 3 years down the road, we have been called in to assist them to replace the floors in their medical clinic because the welded vinyl that they have was not appropriate for a surgery room. Come in and redo the sealed concrete floors because they were very porous. They're having to come in and seal them every year. So they wanted to come in with those epoxy floors now that they couldn't do on the original budget. We're seeing kennels to where they're not designed 100% to where they're efficient, cleanability, sealed concrete floors in the kennels. So I believe that's going to be their next goal of updating the floors in the kennel rooms, as well as just the types of spaces. You have electrical room open into the kennel room to where you have all the water being sprayed on that type of equipment. You have laundry in the kennels. So you've got all the exhaust of that coming into the kennels, open ductwork within those. We talked about the lay-in ceilings in the cat rooms, things like that, that they have done just for cost savings throughout. But we often see that with many cities where they come in and they have a set number, but then they have to be willing to compromise for design on that. City of Denton right now, we're going through a value engineering process with them. We're losing all the glazed CMU on the walls within those spaces. So now it's a coating. They're saying it may take them 10 years down the road, is what the manufacturers say, instead of the life of the building. So it's just things like that we have to look at. What are we willing to compromise over time? And it could be the kennel types or things like that.
And those compromises most likely would end up costing you more money in the long run. So you didn't really accomplish your goal.
That's oftentimes it, because you have the prep work. Let's just say if we did the kennel floors 3-4 years down the road, you have to remove all the kennels from the room for a proper installation. And now we're downtime for those kennel rooms to where we can maybe lose a life or two with those kennels, because you're not going to have those, or for the animals, that you don't have them up for adoption during those week or two while they're doing that construction.
We've actually had that happen at the shelter we're in now. So, is Larry still here? You remember that? So, the flooring, the original flooring that we had in the shelter, we had to take all the dog kennels out, come back and epoxy coat the dog area. Remember that? So, we had to take those animals and house them somewhere else to pull all of those kennels out, and we had to do this in a weekend so we could be back open by Tuesday or Monday. So let's do it right the first time, so we're not having to come back a second time and do that, okay? Especially if you've got, I don't know, what was that, 68 dogs? You know how many kennels we'd have to pull out of there to do the floors again in 10 years?
And you did see the photos of where it's more the painted on style epoxies that they currently have. If it's anything like that, that's only going to last a couple years, because those dogs, the wear and tear of them on that, the chemicals and everything else.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would want to not do anything that's going to keep efficiency up, cleanliness up, sanitary conditions, good conditions for the employees. Like, all of that is super important. Looking at the animal capacity, I know currently, based on the report that I've got, it says 39 animals currently. So if we doubled that, say that we're short right now, and if we were accurate and say we doubled that, and that would be adequate for now, we're expecting to go from that to 143 based on growth?
No, the 68, even from Animal Arts, they're saying that that would take them out 30 years.
Right.
So,
but that's the Animal Arts estimate. I mean, I'm just thinking, like,
Do you wanna
30
weigh
to
in?
40 years from now, are we going to be at 25,000 or 35,000? Or what's our population going to be?
So the current facility we have has 23 dog kennels in the front shelter and 10 in the back. Each one of those kennels is equipped with a guillotine door. So if we had to, on the worst case scenario, double those up, which it's not,
No.
feasible at sometimes, So with 33 kennels with guillotine doors, you're looking at 66 dogs. This one right here with 68, you're looking at what, 136 kennels with guillotine doors? So worst case scenario, we had a catastrophe and say a tornado ripped through here and ripped houses down and we had to do emergency sheltering. You could take those 68 dog kennels, put the guillotine door down, and now we have room for 136 dogs if we need to in an emergency situation.
And our projection for build-out is 35 or 36,000
Right.
population total in 10 to 15 years, so, yeah.
In old school design, we used to always, double as we go. Nowadays, because of operation, because of rescue groups, because of fostering, because of social media and everything, it's so much easier to be able to get these animals out there, to show that they're up for adoption, to be able to bring the public in. And especially when you have a facility that's going to be in a better location. It's going to be more higher profile. The public's going to be able to find it better, hopefully better wayfinding to be able to get there. All that's going to help
Yeah. So
increase
that's,
the adoptions as well.
I mean, that, all of that, to me, says that maybe we don't need that high of a capacity. I mean, that's just the argument. You know, if we can't save on cost by materials, then we save on cost by size.
And two, a lot of these are, you've got all your multiple type rooms. You've got your adoption, you've got your strays, and then you've got your appropriate isolation and quarantine. So that's why you do have those extras on there too. It's not just like you have your 23 kennels there.
Right.
So it is those to accommodate the sick and the injured type spaces as well.
Yeah, I'm just, going from 39 right now to 143. I understand that the current one we have
Right.
is undersized, but that's a huge difference.
Right, and if there ever is the need that we do need to downsize, everybody's on board with that, we always design for future expansions. So we always want to make sure we don't have the HVAC, you don't have your utilities in the way of that it's there for future expansions. And much like even a vet clinic, if
Right.
that was ever the need, that we have space that we can add those on.
And that I assume would be why if you go to a smaller size, then your cost per square foot's gonna go up because you want to account for that.
It does, yeah, so the smaller facility it does drive the cost up as well.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's trying to say we don't need one or that we don't want it to be nice. I just want to make sure that that's
Right.
understood.
Yeah.
We all know that we need one. We all know that we want it to be nice for the employees and for the animals, for sure. But cost is a factor.
And it was questioned too about the community room, that was needed or not. So keep in mind too, the cost per square foot for a community room versus kennel rooms are drastically different. So that will be a minimal add to the project versus where any of your animal type spaces are.
Nick, you had a question?
Yeah, so Gabe, we're at 18.6 million. Is that absolute turnkey, or what else do we add in there?
Be the land.
Yeah, so that is,
Turnkey's like, huh? Sorry.
yeah, I'm sorry. That is the total predicted cost, estimated cost at
For
this
everything.
point, including land, architectural, soft costs, FF&E, the whole thing.
So phones, internet, Wi-Fi, state-of-the-art, we're not, there's everything. I'm talking move in, it's.
That's the best prediction we can make right
Okay, I
at
just
this point in
want to make sure I
time.
understand it's a prediction. I know
Lee,
that.
I just want to make sure one second, land is not included.
Yeah, well, that's assuming we purchase the land ahead of time, but and
Okay,
that's-
again, is this 18.6 million
Well-
include everything?
So you'll recall in the last estimate, we had actually a little bit more square footage. The cost was about the same. That did include the 750,000 land purchase, which I think still is a viable number today. And, so that's the only thing that's not included in this right now. And
So
from my-
in order to get to then, do I need to take that 750,000, add to this 18.6 million to get the true turnkey?
that would be the true, as it would sit, cost if we go ahead and purchase the property that we've looked at and do that little land swap.
Okay, if
So-
you don't do that, then where are you building it?
Well, there's really not a whole lot of
That's what I'm
alternatives.
saying. That's how much, somebody got to calculate, what is that? 18.6 plus what?
plus,
750,
well,
750?
yeah, I predicted 750 is right
19.3.
now, as we're sitting in our negotiation with the landowner, it's a little bit less than that.
What did we say it was?
19.
19.3, yeah, that's right. Okay, cool. And now, everything else then's included, so we don't have to go back and add phone line, internet, things like that. All the data cable, everything that we need to have a good building and everything's in there.
That's typical to come within the soft costs that we have for that 2.3.
That's that soft cost.
That, yes.
Okay. That's good.
And
Okay.
that's, if we do have fiber to the site already, we do have gas to the site. If all that is within the area,
Well, I
that's your
mean,
all-in.
I absolutely, I'll just tell you right now, I despise the ifs. That's what you guys' jobs are due to make sure. Is there fiber there?
It's
You guys are getting the land, you should already be able to tell us that.
There's fiber close to there.
Okay.
We have not estimated a cost to run it to a potential shelter at that particular 5-acre spot.
Okay. We should be able to at
Well-
least rough estimate.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. We can rough estimate all day long, but that should be included in that if today's cost and escalation estimates hold true for 2-3 more years, whatever the case may be when we build.
We do have the contingency in there to cover, to help pad that kind of thing to add. It's just, let's just say we have to go a mile to bring gas to the site.
Yeah.
Typically, that's not worth it. Then we'll switch to all electric.
And I wish we could predict the future. And I don't want to leave you hanging either on the question you asked a while ago about my opinion. So if we could circle back for just a second about that on the staffing, because I know that's a consideration, okay? You heard Kim talk about a possible 50% increase in efficiency in the cleaning and all of that. I think there's a lot of other efficiencies in terms of moving the animals in and out of the shelter.
Right.
There's obviously a lot of pluses over what we currently have in terms of it being an inviting place and a good adoption spot compared to what we have now. We have no place for people to interact with animals, literally, except an office or a storage room. So those things would be pluses as well, and would translate into efficiencies. Now, if we predict how many people we're going to need 2-3 years from now as compared to today, and you said today, you want to make that comparison from today's staff, I would say, yeah, we need more people. But I would also, in my opinion, suggest that at a point in time, if you decide to go forward with this and the voters pass it, all those unknowns or dominoes fall, and we're about to open a facility, I would suggest we open that facility with the current staff at that point in time, which is similar to what we're doing today. I mean, we're just about to move into a library that's 3 times the size of the current library, the former Keeter Building library.
Right.
We're asking Ellen to do that without adding in additional staff. So she's going to open that up and run it for a while, and then reassess how many people she needs to efficiently run it at a future spot. So she has asked for, she has predicted that we needed additional people, but we're asking her to stick with what she's got and get it open and run it, and then let's make that call at that point in time, which I think is a prudent process.
Yeah.
So I wish I could predict that we would need 3 more people to run this shelter in 2027 or 28, but I'm hesitant.
I was talking about apples, so when we first move in, we're currently expecting, we're estimating that we're going to run it with the same staff we got. And it should be easier on them, not harder. 'Cause
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Until we end up growing. I mean, but what drives this is really not, I guess you can indirectly relate it to the people population, but it's really how many cats and dogs and things just coming in the door.
Right. And that number is predicted based on the build-out population, the 30 to 40-year service time of this building, and the density of animal ownership with the population, so there's a lot of numbers in there that could change, but.
See, and one of my hopes is with this new facility, we will be able to do some public education to maybe create a generation of better pet owners and reduce demand. That's an ambitious goal, but I think that's something we can do with a new facility that we cannot do today. We're treating a symptom. We're not treating the disease. The disease is poor pet owners that don't spay and neuter their pets, that don't cull their pets. The city has to clean up all that. That's where we are. So with a new facility, it should help. We've got ideas what we can do. Jose talked a little about that, and other things we'll do with training, with all kind of classes. I like the idea of if you get a ticket, you can come take a class, things like that to help. So we will try the curve not to go up too steep, but you're right, a lot of things is population and just pet owners that are out of our control.
Well, a new facility is going to be more inviting for volunteers as well.
Indeed.
Absolutely.
True. And we'll have space for volunteers, which we don't have space now. You're right.
So there was two more things that I had originally asked for way back when you first came. I mentioned them again the other week when you were here. So one is the Moscow model. Did we do a Moscow model? Am I going to get it?
I have not done that, so we'll look at that one.
I think that's critical. Just because it does. It's nothing personal. We have to here's the thing, whether we like it or not, to our citizens, I mean, I take me sitting here very seriously, and the citizens require me to be good stewards of their money, and so therefore I have to justify every square foot. And to me, doing a model like a Moscow model really helps me in doing that. That helps. Yeah. It's just so what a Moscow model is basically saying must-haves, like-to-haves, want-to-haves. Okay, it's really dividing it. Everything that's in there may absolutely be critical, absolutely got to have them in order to have it, but I want to see it with justifications. Okay. The other one was, and this one thing, and not that I'm either for or against it, but I said, is did we go and did we talk to the other cities around here about utilizing them as, instead of building our own animal shelter, having, basically
Sure.
we paying them to be our animal shelter.
Right, and so the only viable alternative to do what you just said, for us to contract somebody to house our animals. In other words, if we got completely out of the shelter business,
yeah,
and even if we still operated our own ACO unit and all
Right.
that, would be Fort Worth.
Right.
Okay? There's no other place that's a viable alternative within a reasonable driving distance, transport distance, without adding a lot of travel time, and then you would be talking about additional staff to make this work. So I contacted Fort Worth, the director head that's over the animal shelter and several other departments, and his answer was, call us back in about 3 years, because we are hitting capacity on everything we have right now, that we're about to entertain a bond project themselves to completely rebuild the Silcox facility and add to the North Campus right up here. So they're not in a position to take over our animal sheltering in any capacity right now or any time in the foreseeable future. They're totally non-committal and said, call us back 3 years from now or later. So I took that as a no. We also explored the opportunity in contact with Lake Worth, Azle, and White Settlement. And none of those cities are in the position right now to contribute to a bond-type like project to be contributors on a bill. A couple of them suggested that if we could rent some space to them or come up with some sort of partnership, that they would be willing to go to the table, but we can't at this point enter into a lot of detail into that until we do know if we're building a new facility and how big that would be. So I think Lake Worth is open to the idea, but they offered nothing really solid. Azle is a little more open to some sort of regional facility if we were to build.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much the same thing with White Settlement. So could we, I think though, at the least, there's some opportunity there, whether we, when and if we do build a new facility, that we reach out to those cities in particular and at least have some sort of what, like in law enforcement, you might call it like a mutual aid agreement. Have some sort of agreement where we would, in an emergency, house each other's animals, either at a prearranged cost, a minimal cost, no cost, or a contract cost, but have some place for us to go in the event that there's some outage here, a tornado, whatever, or vice versa. Or sometimes you come across, like particularly on the cat side of things, you come across these hoarding deals where all of a sudden you got 30 animals to take care of that you didn't have yesterday. And what do we do with those? So I think if we would at least want to continue relationship with those other cities and set up some sort of a mutual agreement to house each other's animals in emergencies or in the case of just simple overcrowding.
Good, that answers my question.
Well, and I spoke briefly with Maddie Parker, the mayor of Fort Worth, about this. Her answer was very similar. I said, we're full, we're completely full. Yes, we're building more. I couldn't promise anything. We didn't have a deep discussion, but I was like, that sort of told me what I need to know, unfortunately. Everyone I've talked to is full or nearly full. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's
If we partner with another city to do theirs, we're just gonna have to increase the capacity anyway.
Right.
So
That doesn't.
where's the win?
Yeah. All right, Kim, anything else? It is 9:30. I don't want to keep you online. I don't want to keep
Oh,
us
you're
all
good.
night either. So,
No, that's it for me.
any other
So if you
questions
guys
for
have
Kim
anything
while we
else?
have her? This is not the last time we will talk about this. This is just more information. Think about questions. We can send more questions to Kim in the future, and we will work ongoing with this. So this is not a done deal. This is just step in the direction. But thank you.
Perfect.
Excellent
All right.
update.
Thank you all.
This is open to public, right?
It is. We're gonna have. I've got.
I just want, please don't run off until,
Oh, no, I will
in
listen.
case the citizens ask us something we can't answer.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I do have 3 people that have asked to speak. Barbara, you still here? I'm still here. Oh, come on up.
My name is Barbara Young, and even though I'm not a resident of Saginaw, I live right on the border, and I used to be a volunteer at the shelter for many years before 2020, and before you had an advisory board and all that. So I just wanted to give the insight from a volunteer standpoint. I quit for personal reasons. I went the other route, fostering and all that. But in regards to a new shelter, yes. The pictures you saw are really bad. They were bad when I was there way back when. Being there as a volunteer, I give Jose so much credit for still being there, because me as a person just so in love with animals and fostering and all that, watching somebody drop off their dog for euthanasia while I'm walking dogs, the combination of not having, everything together, not being any privacy for anybody, the volunteers, it's not a good place for volunteers either, because it's loud, there's really no indoor space, there's no meet and greet area, there's no area for puppies. I had to stop because I just couldn't handle it anymore, emotionally. So from that standpoint, everything that they need is really required. You have to separate those two spaces. If you have a better facility, you will have volunteers. They come, they help out, which will help the staff. But having all this combination, and there's no place to go, there's no place for them to decompress, there was no place for us to go. The yards are small, there's no turf, they're walking down the street, walking dogs in the industrial area. It's not a happy place, and there needs to be some happiness. And if dogs have places to exercise, they're also easier to be adopted, and when they're just stuck in their kennels and you let them out to meet somebody, of course they're gonna go crazy because they were locked up for, 72 hours or whatever it is. So from that standpoint, I agree with you. There's no way of deducting anything. So, and I'd be happy to come back. Hopefully everything will be better and I can be back into that part. And then also what I told Jose, my late husband, he's actually the picture on the volunteer page, and he passed away in 2020. But back then when we were there, nobody did offsite adoptions, and nobody organized all of that. So I'm so glad you all are doing that, but it needs to be more than that, because this building is depressing. So, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate it. Next, we have Rick Russell.
Thank you. I'm Rick Russell. I think most of you might know me. But thank you for the time tonight, and I'm going to come at this an entirely different way. We need a new shelter. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. We need a new shelter. But we need to pass the bond to get it done. And as a member of the, as a member of the Animal Shelter Committee now, Advisory Board, I'm committed to helping these gentlemen pass this bond. That said, here's some suggestions that I came up with for the City Council. And it's you, it's not them. Okay, I believe it's you. So one is, how many grants has the city pursued toward a new facility? There's an organization called MABI. I don't know if Lee or Jose has heard of them. They will give up to 20% of the construction cost, up to $2 million. We just have to fill out the forms, and we have to raise other money. So that's one suggestion. The next suggestion is, I know there's a lot of opinions on social media and email, but you as a council should pay close attention to the people that put you in your seats. And I'm not saying that as a threat. I'm saying you have a responsibility to the voters and the taxpayers in the city. So the other point I wanted to make is doing some research for the animal shelters. And being retired, I get to spend a lot of time doing research, so I apologize. But every white paper I've read from the SPCA and the Humane Society start out with population. And that's how they figure out the size of the animal shelter we need. Now, I'm not a Jose, and I'm not a where'd she go? Oh, there she is. And I'm not with an architect firm. But I can tell you what I've read and I've researched over the last couple of weeks is a city of our size, based on the research, is 8,000 to 11,000 square feet. I don't know what we reduce, but we have a beautiful new library with rooms that we can do education in. I'm just saying there's opportunities to use different facilities. Remember, we have to pass the bond. We need a new animal shelter. So doing a little bit more research, the email that I sent to all of you, I mentioned Garland. I talked to the VP of, I think it's BDA, and he was very informative. His numbers matched up with the presentation that a 6% increase per year in construction cost. But the first thing he asked me was, how big is Saginaw? And when I told him, he said, well, you don't need our size facility. And I said, okay, well, what size facility do we want? Well, then he got into his sales pitch, and I don't blame him. He said, well, I can come by and take a look. No, we don't need that. But I did look around. So Port Arthur, by the way, I have not visited any of these sites. So I'm going by Facebook, their websites, and what's in the newspapers. Port Arthur built a 16,000 square foot, and it opened spring of 2025 for $7 million. Leander, SPCA, I think we can do better than an SPCA. I hope we can do better than an SPCA. 4,000 square feet, it's smaller, but $2.3 million. Oklahoma City, this one actually I wasn't going to put it in here, but I thought I would. 69,602 square feet. But they did it at $603 a square foot. and that's published in the newspaper and on the internet. Olathe, Kansas, 26,000 square feet, $19 million. They started in March. So very large and comparing facilities. Again, I only saw the websites. I can't tell you what they do and don't have. I can't tell you about their construction materials. The AI, the tools that I looked at, and I used some AI facilities, is when I looked at Fort Worth, and I don't know if any of you have visited the kennel in Fort Worth, and I realized there's some people that were on the bond committee that didn't like the Fort Worth facility. But as we're continuing to grow as a city, the Fort Worth model, to me, seems worth looking at. You can start building, and you're not going to have to tear down brick walls to increase the size of the kennels. You just build a new kennel. Are there other extenuating circumstances why that's not a good idea? I don't know. I'd advise the city council to have the director from Fort Worth, somebody said his name, Lee, whatever his name was, come talk to the council, ask him the questions. Get his feedback on the pros and cons. It was designed and built by a veterinarian with decades experience. So it can't be all bad. Finally, Jose needs money. In the first meeting I went to, he talked about a vehicle that they needed. We're talking about moving employees from half-time to full-time. Quite frankly, the $300 should have been a no-brainer to pay for the new online system. I don't know how many of you are aware, but we have a contract with Blue Mound for $3,000 a year. So again, with all the research, I took City of Blue Mound and I compared it to the City of Saginaw. Population, square miles, and households. So for the citizens of Saginaw to pay for animals, I used the budget that hopefully is approved, a little over $700,000. It costs every single person in Saginaw $28 a year. That's every single person. If we applied that to Blue Mound, our $3,000 contract goes up to $62,000. That's his new vehicle. If you look at square miles, the price per square mile in Saginaw is $94,956. If I apply that to Blue Mound, it's $48,427. That may make a part-time a full-time employee. And then finally, if we look at the households, which to me the household is the most important. Every household in Saginaw pays $83 a year. Pretty good. The same amount for Blue Mound would gain Jose and team $60,000. So we really can't base it on visits that his team has to do by going over there. We have to base it like we are. If we pass a bond, every citizen pays. That's all I had.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you very much.
Next is Joe Stout. Hey, there you are, Joe.
Hi, thank you. Hi, thank you. I'm Joe Stout. I'm chair of the Animal Shelter Advisory Committee. There's a well-known quote by Mahatma Gandhi on animal welfare. It says, "The greatness of a nation and its moral progress can be judged on the way its animals are treated." And, you know, cities are a lot different than a nation, but I think you could say the same thing about cities and towns. And I'll be honest with you. I'm going to go off my script here a little bit. You know, I've been talking to a number of people, and something that, there's an elephant in the room there, but somebody actually said it, and I'm not going to mention who it was, but somebody actually said, we're going to spend that much money on animals And I think that's an underlying message here that people are not being honest about. I think some folks are just not comfortable. I'm going to be brutal. They're not comfortable spending this money on animals. So, you need to face that. But animal sheltering has come a long way since when the current shelter was pieced together. There's a much better understanding now about the requirements, cage size and layout, air ventilation, proliferation of diseases to the animals. You hear all the time about Fort Worth and other shelters having to close because of the spread of disease, the durability of materials, many other things that are known now that weren't known 10 or 15 years ago. So y'all did something really smart. You hired experts. In fact, you hired 2 experts to come and tell you what you really need to have a state-of-the-art shelter that the employees will be proud of, citizens will be proud of, and the animals will do better in. I mean, you'll have better outcomes for the animals. And so I would just ask the city council now, trust the experts and listen to what these folks are telling you. You paid them to do something, and they did their very best effort to give you what you asked for. Then, it's going to take some education. Voters, maybe haven't heard all this information. But at some point, you got to turn it over to the voters and let them decide, do they want just keep what we got now? We saw the pictures of it. Do they want something state-of-the-art and better? Or do they want to compromise and, then maybe in 10 years be right here again and have to do this all over again or replace a lot of stuff? Or, you could keep talking about this for a couple of more years and then the price is going to go up. I mean, look at that shelter. There is some urgency here. A decision needs to be made. So, bottom line, I went on AI too, and what I saw is that having a nice animal shelter in a city brings value to the city. You get more adoptions, you get more volunteers, less injury and danger to the employees, public relations for the city. It makes the city more attractive and look better. And most importantly, it's more humane treatment for these animals and better outcomes for the shelter animals. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Before you go, Joe. Yeah, so I got a couple questions. Has this been presented to the animal committee yet? Did you has it?
What we saw tonight, no, it has not.
Good. I'd be very interested because, I don't know if everybody here knows this, but the committee by state law has to have a veterinarian and a couple professionals on there. So I'd be very interested. Can we make sure this gets presented at the next?
Yes, we will. In fact, we plan to do that at the very next meeting. And the only reason we haven't done it is literally, and you heard Kim say earlier, she was updating this to make sure all the numbers are correct, up to date, and everything literally up till today, which is, again, why I didn't have it on the backup material, and I had to print it out for you.
Good. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Joe. All right, more to come. Moving on, 4A at 9:52, we're in a public hearing. Consideration and action regarding Resolution 2025-17, adoption of revised budget for fiscal year 2024-25. Kim Quinn, Finance Director.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. We amend the budget in the same manner in which we adopt the budget, so therefore we have published and posted the information regarding the budget amendments for the year end. I don't have a presentation for you. I gave you line by line exactly what the adjustments are. It's basically the year-end estimates on revenues and expenses, and then including anything that the City Council has approved since the mid-year adjustments. But I'm happy to answer any questions if you've got any.
Questions for Kim? No questions. This is a public hearing. It is open for anyone in the audience to speak on the topic. I will open the microphone right now if anybody wants to speak. Seeing none, that at 9:53, I take us out of a public hearing and I entertain a motion.
Mayor.
Motion to approve resolution 2025-17.
I'll second.
Brack, second. Motion passes. Thank you, Kim. All right, you have to leave, right? Okay. All right, so at 9:53, we're in a public hearing, 4B, consideration action for a zoning change from single-family SF4 to neighborhood commercial NC at 124 West Southern. Susie, welcome.
Mr. Mayor and Council. So we received a zoning request change for 124 Southern Avenue. It is currently zoned single-family 4, but there is an existing commercial structure there. Essentially, it was built in the 1990s, early 1990s, late 1980s, and it was zoned commercial. And it appears, based off research, in 2002 there was a citywide zoning rechange for the entire city. And within that rezoning effort, the property was rezoned to single family. My assumption is that because the parcels to the left are single family, some of them, they just wanted that entire corridor to be single family. But because it is still a commercial property, the applicant is requesting to rezone it to neighborhood commercial so that it could fit the neighborhood and the commercial aspects as well. So with that, if y'all have any questions, please let me know.
Questions for Susie? Sean?
Yes, sir.
So that building's been redone recently, like in the last 5 years or so, right?
I know that outside they had some touch-ups that they did.
Yeah, like repainting, and I think the
She
roof-
has new signage and everything, yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know if anybody's familiar with that, but it's been on that corner forever, as long as I've been here, and I know people that have been tenants there, and I think it's good.
Other questions for Susie? Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
This was recommended by P&Z, correct?
Yes, so we did receive a recommendation for approval,
Okay.
and it is a public hearing.
Right.
But we did not receive any notifications or letters.
Thank you. All right, so this is a public hearing, so it is open to the public. Anyone wishes to speak at this time? If the applicant wishes to speak, she certainly can. If not, no one wishes to speak, then at 9:56, I'll take us out of the public hearing and I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve 4B as written.
And please cast your votes. Let the record reflect, Councilmember Junkersfeld has a conflict because due to the location, so she has to abstain. Motion passes. Thank you, Susie. All right, then at 9:56, we're in a public hearing for 4C, consideration action regarding a request for a specific use permit to allow the operation of a laundry, dry cleaning, pickup, and receiving station at 124 West Southern. Susie, it's Maria.
Yes. So today we have a request from the property owner for that specific use permit to allow a dry cleaning business to go into that vacant suite, number 300 at the property. They are only going to be drop off and pick up. All of the cleaning of the clothing will be done off-site and delivered. This is a business that is currently open in the city of Saginaw, but they are interested in relocating to this property. And in your packet, you'll see pictures of what that business looks like today. Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed this at their September 9th meeting and recommended approval, and staff remains neutral. And if y'all have any questions, we have the property owner and the business owner as well.
I got one question.
Go, Nick.
It's just a clarification for Brent. This really isn't a laundromat, it's a drop-off and pickup, so why does it even have to be a specialty thing? I mean, I guess when I read this and I actually went back and watched the P&Z, I'm like, hell, this should have already went through. It's not a laundromat, it's a drop-off and pickup.
That must have been staff's determination at the time the application came in. This is the first I've had exposure to this application.
Yeah, okay.
Susie, can you speak to that?
Yes, Councilmember Lawson. So in our permitted use table, there is a usage that specifies just pickup and drop off for laundry. And so that's what we specified it as. So it's listed as the usage as that. on the permitted use table. So it does require an SUP currently. If we wanted to entertain that later to change that, that would be a whole separate issue. Hope that answered that.
Thank you, Susie.
Thank you.
Other questions?
You
Sean?
said this was a business that's already in Saginaw. Where is it
Yes, sir.
located right now?
They are in the shopping center where the Albertsons is at. I don't have their exact location, but it's in that shopping center.
Any other questions for Maria or Susie? Thank you, Maria. This is a public hearing. Anyone who wishes to speak on this topic at this time may approach the microphone. Seeing none, at 9:59, I'll take us out of public hearing and I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, go ahead.
Mayor, make a motion we approve item 4C.
All right. Do I have a second? Nick, second? Please cast your votes. Again, Valerie has to abstain. Thank you. Motion passes. Good luck. Thank you, folks. All right, moving on. We are at 5. 5A, considering action regarding ordinance 2025-23 and ordinance for the Saginaw amending the city code by adding community garden board. Who's going to speak on this? Paul, Brack, or Sean? Oh, let me go get Valerie. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. Thank you, Nick.
Man, I tell you, it's getting down to almost nobody here.
All right, so who's our spokesmodel for this one?
I can be.
Paul, okay.
So there's been a lot of discussion about the community garden and establishing a board. There was some discussions on whether to have a subcommittee. And since there's going to be donation funds more than likely, it was felt best to create their own separate committee that would be under this. So Brack, myself, and Sean met, and we put together the ordinance, kind of mirroring some of the other ordinances to establish the community garden ordinance.
Any questions for our subcommittee?
I did have 2 questions. I sent them in the thing and I got told to ask during the meeting, so I will. One was the thing needs to be clear for the junior members. They're exempt from voter registration, but they're not exempt from the other criteria. We need to make that specifically clear. They have to meet they have to be citizens of Saginaw. They have to live in Saginaw. And then the other one was just clarification on me, and maybe this will be decided, I don't know if it is. Does the garden, are we stating the garden has to be raised beds, or could you also, as they decide to do the design, could it be a traditional, could we have spots that's just traditional garden?
I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Okay. And there was only 2 questions I had in that reading the whole thing.
I think the priority is just to make sure that the decisions are being directed through a committee. There's a formal process for it, and whatever decisions they come up with, they bring to us. And
The next step is for them to come back, once we approve this, with bylaws and the rules and regulations for us to approve and take it to the next step.
I guess the next step after this is you have to
Get a
pick
committee.
and the council has to vote in committee. Yep. Yeah. I'm good.
So, this question may be more directed towards Bryn, but I know on other boards that have a donation fund attached to it, that it says something about gifts and bequests to that particular board, that they were over that, and I didn't see that language in this ordinance. Is that something that we need to add? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't.
I was reading in, I was trying to find, so like the Keep Saginaw Beautiful, the library board, they all have donation funds. And it says something in the ordinance to the regard of like gifts, the board is to make recommendations and they're over like all the gifts and bequests of the donation fund. Do we need to put some language in this now, or is it something that we can do later?
It's something we could do later. You could, if we're gonna develop some quote-unquote bylaws about what their duties are, that can be more detailed than this. None of these boards really have any control over how money is spent. It's all part and parcel of the recommendations, and so I don't see any issue with them making recommendations, even if it's silent on that fact.
Thank you.
One thing that stood out for me is where it says the board will ensure that the garden is properly maintained and aesthetically appealing. I think that is huge. Today it is not, and I really want it to be something we can be proud of. Absolutely. I appreciate y'all digging into that. Any other questions, comments, folks? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, make a motion. Go ahead.
I make a motion that we approve 2025-23 as presented.
Have a second? Brack, second. Motion passes. Thank y'all. Good work. 5B, consider action regarding council meeting for October 2nd, National Night Out. Sean?
Yeah, so I try to do National Night Out pretty big when I do it. I haven't done it recently, but this year I wanted to kind of go back to doing that. I've talked to some other people who said that whenever there's a council meeting on that day, that it's kind of becomes a little bit of a logistics issue to make sure we get out of here on time. So I wanted to suggest that we either cancel or reschedule, whatever council's pleasure, just so that way we can all go out and meet people and bring the community together like what National Night Out is for, so.
I 100% agree. I think that's part of the reason this meeting tonight is so full, so we can skip that meeting. So 100% agree. Anybody dissent on that?
I don't think we should ever have a council meeting during National Night Out.
Yeah, because we tried it before and it just didn't work well at all. We were late to everything, so I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion. Yeah, I'll second.
All right? I understand. Motion passes. Thank you. Good idea. All right, so at 10:05, good Lord, we are Please cast your votes. Mine went away too.
It's done.
Did it go? Did it go? Okay, motion passed. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mayor, make a motion, we adjourn.
All right, motion passed at 10:14. We're out of here. Thank y'all.